750 ans avant la naissance du Christ, un groupe de fermiers s'installe sur les bords du Tibre, initiant un processus qui fera date dans l'histoire. Ils appellent cet endroit Rome. La ville ainsi créée commence à se développer. Construisant des routes aujourd'hui légendaires, Rome commerce avec ses voisins. Il y fait bon vivre, mais ses citoyens aspirent à de plus hautes destinées. Ils créent de formidables légions qui viendront assouvir leur soif de conquête. Rome devient un puissant empire qui ne tolère pas que ses destinées soient contrariées. Les vaincus sont vendus comme esclaves à de riches citoyens. L'extrême raffinement de la civilisation romaine n'est pas à la portée de tous. Ça et là se déclenchent des révoltes menées par les pauvres et les affamés. Rome se développe malgré tout, érigeant en symbole de sa gloire d'extraordinaires monuments où une population exigeante assiste à des spectacles virils et dangereux.
There we go, all the other Romance languages looking on with a mix of fear and disgust. So, Caesar 3. We have got ourselves a Carte Personnalisée today, and it is Dunqul Oasis, inspired by the same name map from Pharaoh, which is an incredibly cruel and unfair map and exceedingly difficult to beat. I've never played it myself, but I've seen it in action, and it's a dire one. So, let's go and have a quick look at it, shall we? We have a sizable spiel to go with it, so I'll be getting my reading voice on ahead of time, if I can find it. I'm sure I'm looking right at it. Yeah, there we go. Dunqul Oasis. So it's a desert. Again, man, we have been drowning in desert provinces. Not on purpose. I have plenty of non-desert maps. It's just the way this thing is rolling. It's very large, it's besieged, but in Toge Boy's own assessment, he considers it an easy assignment. We don't need culture, but we need prosperity that requires patricians, a lot of peace so we can't get crushed. We need good favour with the Senate, a very low population goal, well, not very low, but that's certainly not substantial, 6,000 people, but a relatively tight 30 years to get it done. At a glance, we have reasonable land to work with, rugged but fertile. Let's jump in and let's not even have a look until we hear from the man himself. So if I can bring up good old LibreOffice. Okay, so this map was sent in by Echo. I'm sure there's more to it than just Echo, right? Faithful Echo, oh my. Okay, so how does this one go? What does Caesar telling me today? So, I am most displeased. He always has to open with that. I never get something like, "Save, Governor DDR Jake, you've done excellent service to Rome, and as such I am charging you with this difficult but rewarding operation." It's always just like, "I am most displeased." Anyway, it's not like he doesn't have reason to be. I have been informed that your expedition to Her Solima has somehow ended up near the first cataract of the Nile River in an area previously known to the Egyptians as Dunqul Oasis. Now I'm forced to find another governor to take your place at Hir Solima. Oh, Christ. Good luck to them. Nevertheless, the Oasis appears suitable for life. You are to settle a thriving city there as its governor. However, the traders will likely become unhappy when they learn how far they have to travel through hostile terrain. While they're obligated to trade with your city, expect them to demand weapons, and for the prices of most goods to rapidly and harshly shift unfavorably, especially for pottery and iron. Okay, so early warning that we're probably not going to make much profit on pottery and iron. Now, I know this map location. That doesn't sound very good for us. The fruits grown are lush, most exquisite. I will regularly make requests for them and will occasionally acquire some well-crafted goods from your artisans to complement them. So Caesar's going to be requesting fruit as well as finished goods. I will preemptively reward your cooperation by forgiving your initial mistake, getting the merchants to pay slightly better prices for pottery and discounting the price of marble for a few years. You need not concern yourself with the situation in Upper Egypt that will be resolved shortly. Your city will have its own problems with the enemies of Rome. There's been a conflict with the Kingdom of Kush already. There have been reports of raiding parties begin training of a city garrison. But be warned, the Kushite forces move fast, and they use a great number of ranged weapons. You must prepare legionnaires with properly forged weapons and shields. Before their first major attack in several years, despite the cost of iron. So we know iron's going to be expensive, and we know that we can train legionnaires with them. That's good and bad, mostly bad. You can expect the smaller groups of Kushites to approach from any direction, except the well-guarded roads. Considering the inhospitable nature of most of the surrounding area, their larger armies will only be able to invade from the east. However, this rough terrain comes as a drawback. It's unable to support towers or gatehouses. Oh, that's... Wow, no gatehouses. So our city is always going to be open. Okay, it's getting grimmer and grimmer the more we read. One more thing. There are some Egyptians living nearby, both within and outside the vicinity of the Oasis. They shouldn't bother you unless something earth-shattering. With enough time, I will personally negotiate a peace with the Kushites. There should not be any further attacks after that, except maybe some small number of bandits. I then require that your battle-tested forces provide their services to Rome. Okay, so an unusual but very nice forewarning of what's going to be happening here. We'll get attacked for a while, and then we can be fairly confident that the attacks are going to ease up once Caesar starts requesting our armies. Finally, be warned of these other complications. Egypt has long known civilization and worshipped their own gods. As such, high prosperity ratings and large temples, you can see where this is going, are necessary to convince them of our ways. Simple mission posts will not suffice. All entertainment venues will be available. However, there will be no facilities to provide the staff to run the shows, except for actors. For some reason, the only entertainers in the vicinity are talented in juggling and dancing rather than fighting. Your people will have to learn to entertain themselves. So, a couple of hidden meanings here. One, it's referencing Pharaoh, where you have jugglers who provide the entertainment on the city corners. And secondly, I won't be able to use lions or gladiators to do a civilian defense. We will be able to use prefects, but they are garbage at fighting. Military officers are also not available to train troops. Okay, so troops are going to be garbage. These officers are required by the prefect of Egypt, who will be leading the military campaign against the Kushites. No plazas. I've given enough explanations already. I'll leave it at that. Okay, we get a TLDR that's going to be very out of character here. OOC, right? I shall summarize your two objectives. Build a strong military, including legionnaires. Establish a prosperous city. No performer schools, no gatehouses, no towers, no military academy, no small temples, no oracles. Oh, but there will be a discount on marble for a few years after the first year, so we should relent on importing marble for a while. That's difficult though, because the gods will start being angry very quickly. I might still have to import marble anyway, even at the initial high costs. No plazas, no mission posts. Prices will keep shifting unfavorably. A few small exceptions. Pottery prices will plummet. Oh god. Frequent fruit requests, other goods. Cease after battles, all directions except the roads. Now this is really nice, being told that you don't get attacks from the roads. Knowing that those aren't invasion points is always really nice on a map. Conversely, not knowing where the invasions come from is pretty rough around the edges. Let both the Egyptians and the Kushites know that all shall tremble before the might and splendor of Rome. References to pharaohs, minor early spoilers for the map, and full spoilers for pharaohs. Oh, right. I mean, you can read this if you really want to. If you want to go ahead and pause this VOD in the future. Me, I'm not. It said spoilers, so I don't want any spoilers. Right. Thank you kindly, Faithful Echo. Let's get to the map. Man, these Caesar 3 maps always have so much preamble. And guess what? We're getting even more preamble. Because I have not planned the city. I need to figure it out pretty lickety-split. Right. The hint is that this is a hefty military map, despite the lack of military academy and towers. So let's consider the land and where we might face attack and where we might build. Here we go. Obvious invasion point here. Obvious invasion point here. Bear in mind there can be up to 8 invasion points. This is free, and all these rocks provide cover here. So, I mean, this is relatively safe, albeit attached from this side. Obvious invasion point here. Third invasion point. Obvious invasion point here and along here. So let's imagine 4th and 5th. Somewhere along here, a 6th. This is safe. All of this is a potential invasion point. The whole area here is hugely at risk. So I wouldn't be building anything here anyway. So for once, I don't begrudge the little Marocs that are everywhere. I normally hate these in maps, but, you know, there's exceptions to rules. And in this case, this is fine because I would never dream of building here anyway. And this is, you know, I often complain about the little single rocks. Here's how I think you should do rocks in a map maker. Big, obvious rocks. Still gets in the way, but not in the annoying, oh, I didn't even see this kind of way. Right, let's hope that's the last I have to talk about single rocks on this map. It's a pretty gorgeous looking map. Desert maps have to really fight hard to look good, but I really like the rigidity of it. And the really nice look on the water here. I've tried making maps before, believe it or not, and I find it very hard to make the water look in any way convincing. It always comes out so blocky when I try to do it. Makes me quite jealous of the likes of Illustre Jean and Co.'s skill at making good-looking maps. Okay, so at a glance, this looks like a slum area because it's close to the entrance and it's relatively safe. This could be good pleb or patrician area. There's good food here. And this could also be probably pleb rather than patrician because it's a little tight on the space. And over here, despite the rocks in the way, could be a good pleb area, but it would need walls a million on this side because otherwise the enemy army is just going to come right in and ruin my day. No gatehouse is rough. It's going to be really hard to plan a city wall without gatehouses. Now, ordinarily, let's say a few years ago, I would have been a bit miffed at no gatehouses because they're very, very useful for channeling how your walkers go around because it acts as a roadblock. However, I've spent a long time now playing without using gatehouses as roadblocks, and now that no longer intimidates me. Using gatehouses as roadblocks is a good strategy, but it makes for some pretty ugly and awkward and cookie-cutter looking blocks, so I encourage people to get away from using that if they want to up their game. Or don't, it's a city builder, play it how you want to. Right, that's the layout. What do we have available? All water, all health. Only large temple is one of the biggest kick in the gonards you can do to a governor, especially if they have to import marble. And guess what? I have to import marble. So at the very least, I'm going to have to make quite a few of the gods happy early on. That's painful. We don't have access to the mission post, but the only natives are over here. And the text said that something earth-shattering might make them change their ways. Basically, we're going to leave them alone. We cannot trade with them. And if we can't look after them, then it's just them holding on to this awesome, fertile land. Now, at a glance, I can still make use of some of that land without infringing on their areas. However, since this is one massive and obvious invasion point, well, not obvious invasion point, but could obviously be an invasion point, I don't see any imperative for us to build in this region whatsoever. It's just going to encourage whatever I build here to get leveled by invasion. And it's going to be very difficult to protect this Pardon the hiccups there. It's It's going to be difficult to protect this city. No towers, and if we have to build legionnaires, they're going to be very slow. I need to build a pretty concise city, probably inside this area here, and wall it off. Noted on the rock. I just freaking hate the rocks, Palmar. Right, don't worry though, you're far from the first to have done it, and some people really take pleasure out of it. This is one of the most interesting things I've seen. I don't know if it's actually going to be interesting in practice, but it's interesting in concept. No schools. Now that means if I build a Colosseum, it's going to have a pretty low entertainment value, 15 instead of 25, because you don't actually send any trained gladiators or lions to it. It just has whatever muck they can pick off the street. It doesn't affect theatres. It does affect amphitheatres. Hilariously, it doesn't affect the Hippodrome. The Hippodrome works fine even without trained chariot racers. However, it severely limits how you can use your Hippodrome, because without the walkers that come out of a school, you're only reliant on the walker that comes out of the entertainment building. For all other entertainment buildings, you can just build a lot of them to get a lot of walkers, but there is only ever one Hippodrome. You may never build multiple ones of them. Not sure if anybody ever found an exploit to get around it, but believe it or not, this is a game I like to play without exploits. So, that also means, because of their lower entertainment value, I don't think I'll be able to have maximum level patricians. Shouldn't be a problem, the prosperity isn't that crippling, and we have local access to pottery, so I suspect I'm going to be relying on my beloved small insulae. Right, we can tax our people, and we get access to statues, which is rather nice. Whether or not you can get governor residences doesn't really matter much. I always like to have governor residence in my cities, it just makes me feel more homely. They have a good desirability bonus, but they're really not worth the high money and the huge footprint. Severely limited here. No access to plaza, that hurts. No access to a dock. Thankfully there's no seaborne trading. No access to fish. Well, no fish around. And this is wimpy as well. Barracks, but no military academy. Walls, but no towers. That's rough. As for farming, we get wheat, which is amazing. If you're playing on a central or desert map, you want wheat. If you don't get wheat, you're in for a very bad time for feeding your people, unless you have good fish. Fruit for the second food type, we can import a third. Workshops for everything, so we can import it. How about the foreign policies? Ephesus will be our source of marble. Our only source of marble. And they're very expensive to open a trade route with at 1300. They, however, buy our pottery, our weapons, and our wheat. Now, we were told that the price of pottery will collapse, and the price of iron will skyrocket. Now, I'm still going to need weapons in order to make my legions, but it might be that I start out with unweaponed legions, so the auxiliary javelins and mounted, because we don't have a lot of money. In fact, with that in mind, oh god, we start at engineer's salary. We're going to drop that down to a clerk's salary. We're going to drop taxes to 0. In previous maps, you've used a technique where you place tents in groups of 3 to prevent mergers. What was the rationale behind that? 3 plots of housing means that 3 immigrants are going to come in and enter those. However, if you get a merger, it still counts as 1 house, so it's only going to get 1 immigrant at a time. It will slow down the rate of immigration coming in. Of course, once it gets to its maximum population inside the tent, it doesn't matter. But at the initial part, it does matter if you are far away from the entry point. If you're close like here, it doesn't matter. But if, let's say, for whatever reason, I needed my initial setup to be here, a long way away from the entry point, then I would probably make my houses such that they're not squares like this. Otherwise, they might merge, and then again, it becomes very slow to bring people in. A map that would be most useful in is, say, Greekonomics, and indeed, I think it's Greekonomics where I learnt that technique. I learnt it off my betters. There are people that are better at me at making cities in this game. Sadly, they don't live stream, but they have an ancient presence on the Caesar 3 forums. Like, since 1999, ancient. I wasn't even online back then. Well, I think I used my dad's work computer to find a Draken FAQ, but certainly not Caesar 3. Right, yeah, Greekonomics is your magnum opus, Illustre John, but never be satisfied with what you make. The moment you're satisfied is the moment you never do anything better. And I have a funny feeling blood under the bridge is going to be something special. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm really stuck on how to get going with this because the local resources are paltry. Wheat and fruit, clay and pottery. Now pottery is a good export price immediately, but we've been told that will crash. I don't want to export anything of that until we know its price because it might not be worth it. So we should look towards other exports. Wheat is very cheap to make, but doesn't get a lot of money. Oh, right, that's what they sell. I should be looking at what they buy. Okay. Fruit to Heliopolis. Damascus will buy wine, oil, and furniture. Caesar did not mention any of those collapsing. All of these, however, require imports. That's going to be expensive, but not insurmountable. Because to import a bit of olives, for example, cost me 42 per piece. Now I can sell it back for 100 denarii profit, but I still have to pay for wages and the setup to get it going. Could be tough. Still, might be my only reasonable source of revenue for a while. I only buy 1 unit of each, which is not so great, or like 15 units. Truth be told, our exports are laughable. And not the funny kind of laughable. I think it's still going to have to be that. Oh, you buy my wheat, though, which is something to keep in mind. So, although I said I want my slum here, the more I think about it, the more I would quite like to be able to sell these goods. I think I'm gonna get rid of the grassy stuff here. The temptation is to make loads of pottery, but how much is that going to collapse by? Also, what about early attacks? Do I even want to set up here? It's so close to the entry that I do want my slum here. Right, I have a vision building in my mind of something I'm going to make. So I'm going to start by getting rid of a lot of this road, and I'm going to start designing something here. So I want a route on the outside, and I want a reasonable 1, 2, 1. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, and then I want you to come along here for a bit, and then probably down quite a bit. This is probably going to be a large slum. It's going to carry me for quite some time. And then let me think. If you're there, we can get 1, 2, and have a route around here, can't we? Do I want a route around there? Not to that degree. And then similarly, if you come along, I want 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bang. Yeah, that kind of works. And if you come back up here, it's not the world's biggest slum, but I am still going to shove this full of people. Population matters, don't you know? And I need to consider where the industry proper is going to go. Lucky and his donkeys are going to come in this way, so this could be industry zone. This could be industry zone. It's safer here. I don't want my stuff out there getting trashed. Yeah, could also have the warehouses over here, but I need the warehouse for import and export very close to where everything goes. Tell you what, actually this could be a good place for manufacturing. We could move it later, wouldn't be too big a deal. So I certainly want more plebs over here, and I will draw upon them for the manufacturing hub. Ah, the French-Canadian slums of Rome and Egypt. Will we see the Arc de Triomphe? Now, Caesar did mention that he'll be asking me for my units, so yes, I think it's for certain we're going to have Arc de Triomphe. Let's, before we forget, put in the vitally important Doctor, Prefecture, Other Prefecture, Other Prefecture, and Engineer's Post. Now people will come in, and we should be alright. Also, yeah, Brelix is flaunting his point wealth by doing the points dump.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare. Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Man, those Swedes are really lost if they've come over to Dunqul. I am vitally important, says Doctor. Oh, hey Daniel.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
Do you want to be a lejontämjare?
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Christ, what is this? Okay, so, distant battle. Enemies of Rome are already fighting their way here. That's not good. So that tells me I need immediate... Oh god, they've got two! Right, the enemies of Rome will be here more or less immediately. As soon as I have spare people, I'm going to go into ultra debt and just embrace... Why am I getting so few people in? Yeah, just embrace the ultra debt and get some people coming in. And it will be ultra debt. I'm quite certain that Toge Boy is going to be flipping his lid over how I approach this. Does he even give me a bailout loan here? Oh, God knows. I'm not going to build a barracks until I... Excuse me? Enemies at the door. The enemy army is at this very moment marching directly towards your city. They've ransacked nearby villages. Well, forget any sort of, oh, I'll do it shortly. We need this stuff yesterday. So, barracks is up, and we're going to get some javelineers immediately. I want my defenses over here, but what if they come in from here and just trash these guys? I want them over here because I think this is the most vulnerable area to protect. Once I'm done with the slums, I'm going to close off the city with walls here, and that should give me enough time to move over any amount of legions through the city. Even so, needs must. Besides, I might migrate these guys over shortly, so I'm going to put you hither for now. Goodbye my money. But this is necessary. I clearly cannot survive for very long without the assistance of an army. Fire risk is crazily high with tents in desert places, fortunately.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
Tjenare, jag är ny här.
Shit.
Alle haben Hunger, aber es gibt nichts zum Futtern.
Tell you what, we need some real romance language.
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsel omkrijgen hier.
Oh god. Bad kind of shivers up the back hearing that. Right, I do have a touch of unemployment. What in the world do I do with it? I really want to start up my import-export business, but I need capital for that. Also, the gods are going to be so unhappy with me. So very unhappy with me. Well, Okay, I have something of an idea hatching in my head here, but I still want my industrial block here so that the traders can immediately get over to it. Probably means I don't want this road, really. I hate to delete it since it costs money which I don't have, but I want this road out of my way.
Vous avez été rapide pour épuiser vos fonds. Essayez de les faire durer un peu plus longtemps cette fois.
The French Caesar sounds a lot more laid back than his English counterpart. I wonder what's up with that. I'm going to save this for a little bit. I have a plan for these tents. It might not be a good plan, but it's my plan. Please get over here. I really need to start my import-export business. You go, Legion. You can stab that zebra to death. There we go. Aftish's finest are underway. Right, how much wheat and fruit can I export? I'm not used to exporting wheat. I'm normally not that desperate, but... let me think. That's 25 units. And one does, I think, like... Oh, Christ, I have no idea. How much one wheat farm produces? Crikey. Well, good thing I keep this stuff written down somewhere. Where's my production and consumption stuff? 1.6 cart loads a month. So that's 16, 17, 18 a month. So 2 wheat farms and 3 fruit farms should take care of that. 2 and 3. Well, that's a fair bit over here. We're going to do it because we're desperate for the money, which is the best reason to do anything in life. We're not super concerned how we lay this out, I imagine. However, I don't want to place these down just yet because it's going to begin catching fire. I just want a general layout. It would be nice if this game had something like planning squares. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good enough. Better believe I've already forgotten the layout. But basically... Is it along here? Yeah, it was pretty much along here. I mean, there's nothing too fancy about it. Just give me a few people living here. Make sure that there is no shortage of prefecting going on. And an engineer post, and then we'll have this filling up before you know it. Nice of Caesar's bailout money to be quite generous, actually. Zebras can finally bugger off a bit and hopefully not get in the way of my important industry. Oh man, Caesar, I need those marble prices changed really soon because the gods are not very happy with me. Ceres I don't care about, Neptune I don't care about, Mercury I don't care about yet, but I will as soon as I have a warehouse. Mars you always care about, Venus you ultra always care about. Because Venus can make your health go so bad that that you get a forced fumigation. So priorities are probably Venus, Mars, Mercury, Neptune, and then Caesar, Ceres at some point. Although soon I'm going to have farms, and I do care about Ceres. Basically it's all bad. It's all really bleeding bad. Oh, we got people here. Wheat, and... Fruit. Oh, I was off by one here for sure. Oh well, nothing to worry about. Fruit, there we go. Now... I don't really mind if this warehouse fills up, so I'm just going to slam it here. Tell us that it can take both of those, and just... once I have a bit of it, I'm going to invite Lucky into my city to start eating all of my goods. Lucky is, of course, our donkey cart guy. 500 people here. I'm terrified of starting up my import-export before I have Mercury happy. But I can't make Mercury happy until I have marble. And I can't get marble without some warehouses going. Ugh, that's all pretty bad. Venus is upset, of course. That made people unhappy, of course. The people are annoyed with me. However, did it hurt their... Yeah, it didn't seem to have hurt their health. It'd be nice if the gods were a bit more understanding of how little I have access to marble, but the gods care little for such trites. Dum 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 dum. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, be a 3 as well. Can't really go wrong with something like this. The warehouse is close together. I really just need to import that marble, but Caesar said he'd cut me a good deal on it, so I'm trying to hold back. Fortunately, our fort is filling up. Your material concerns aren't duly noted by the gods, they just don't care. Evidently they don't care. Look at this, they're all ready to curse me. Also, I haven't set up a reasonable god slum, which is different from a regular slum. I hate god slumming on maps that only have large temples, because they're expensive and they cost marble, and you're going to be getting rid of them eventually, almost certainly. Even so, I think my god slum is... Does this actually come around here? It does. It's not the world's best place for a god slum, but it's going to be our place for a god slum. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Something like this will be my god slump. I have little doubt that these guys can make the full loop, but yeah, I can't handle my, I can't handle not having god. Oh well, jeez. Caesar, please, I need that reduced marble price on the double. Mercury is going to send the stuff away before I know it. Ah, screw it, it's going to cost me to open this up anyway. Let's open the trade route, import marble, sell our wheat, sell our fruit. You there? Sell the fruit. The marble can come here. I'm not too fussy about it. You don't do anything just yet. Caesar's gonna flip his lid. Ceres destroys my crops.
Ah, mais mes gouverneurs pensent que l'argent pousse sur les arbres.
Sounds like he's starting off with Mamma Mia there, but without the ah. Right, so I'm in debt. The gods hate me. I have no marble to appease them. Enemies are at the door. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And that marble's gonna come in and...
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Right, we need to spend this marble immediately before, yeah, God Slum. God Slum is necessary. The moment I get to, I'm building, just in case Mercury comes and does his horrible burn down your warehouse style, curse. Large temple to... I mean, if I got Neptune going, at least I get Neptune's blessing for ultra money, but I don't really have... Actually, we're going to continue to cheese off Neptune for now. There is no imperative for us to make him happy, and his blessing wouldn't actually help me right now, because I barely sell anything.
Ah, bonne journée. Ah, bonne journée. Ah, bonne journée. Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Right, don't you dare give me any more marble. That's going to have to do me for a while.
Oh, ce que j'aime.
There we go. Neptune's going to keep conjuring up storms that can't affect me because we have no trade ships, no fishing ships, no dockyards, no wharves, no docks, no nothing at sea. And yeah, if you have no naval matters, you can go the entire map cheesing off Neptune to the extreme. But you're going to get spammed with that, which can be a little annoying. Oh.
Khu vực này có khả năng xảy ra. Khu vực này có khả năng xảy ra.
Oh, I was hoping to hear our Vietnamese prefects battling with the zebras, but no, they were already done. Right, slight problem. In order to get out of this debt, I really need an industry. I won't be able to spend money once I'm 5,000 in debt, so I need to get on this yesterday. I'm going to clear this road out the way, and I think we're just going to embrace the ultra debt. Now that means importing timber and vines. And where can I get some olives from? Right, Antiochus sells me olives. Okay. I'm just going to open all these, why not? 15, so really that's 4 manufactories of each. It's not great, is it? It's far from great. Actually, is it 4 of each manufacturers? I'm trying to remember now. Come back to me, good old production and consumption. I've done this a million times, how can I still remember? Each manufacturer makes 0.4 per month, so that's 4.8 per year. So actually it's 3 of them. So 3 wine, 3 oil, 3 furniture. And I set all those to import. And this is going to cost me absurd amounts. I hope that single unit of javelins is enough to keep me safe. Timber, vines, olives. Caesar's going to flip his freaking lid over this. Oh dear. Right. So, oh god, and if he does attack me, his legions come from here. I'm going to need to dig myself out of debt very quickly if it comes to that, and it could well come to that. Oh well, 1, 2, 3. And for oil, 1, 2, 3. I'm getting these built before I go into ultra debt. And what was the other one? Furniture, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3. You there are going to take the furniture and the oil and the olives and the timber. You there take only the vines and the wines. I have a few concerns. One is I don't have Neptune in my good graces, nor do I have the marble to get Neptune in my good graces. So digging myself out of debt is going to be horribly difficult. I may just import the slightest amount of marble to keep him happy. You take marble, right? Well, you do now. Oh, well, the gods are still angry as sin, especially Neptune. As soon as I'm 1,000 in debt, I can't do anything. So ideally, I get just a little touch of marble. That's not marble. That's also not marble. Oh dear. It's okay, we won't import loads of these goods because we have very few manufactories for them. Now before this place burns down, I absolutely need a prefect and an engineer to look after this stuff. This stuff is all looked after, so is that, sort of. I'd feel a bit happier if there was another prefect doing this, because fire is just horrible. Those olives that I just imported, Neptune just threw them away. Not Neptune, Mercury did. So here's a new batch of olives. Please stop. Oh god, I don't have money for these olives. Please stop giving me olives. He keeps giving me olives. I can't afford olives. I'm too heavily in debt for this.
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route.
Yeah, Lucky doesn't seem too happy with me. I'm tempted to set up another fort. Not that we can afford much of anything, but I have little choice right now. There we are. We are in ultra debt now. We can't build anything. So we just have to import lots and hopefully export just as much.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Unfortunately, Lucky's going back and forth between here and there for selling me goods. Now that's a pain. Dear.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Making 6,000 on exports with imported goods, that's practically 60 units being sold. All of which require the import. Oh Christ, no, not marble, not marble. I can't be taking marble anymore. Set that to do not accept. I do want to have a large temple to Neptune, but I can't afford it, I'm out of credit. In fact, I'm very heavily in the red here. I've never been so heavily in the red, as far as I can remember. Why, oh why, is Venus upset? Venus, you have a large temple. This is really bad because city health is bad. That means that we're likely to have fumigation, and I can't afford to replace fumigated houses. So we need city health to rise above bad very quickly, or else we're going to have a horrible time. There's emigration because of that. A day longer in that tent and I would have exploded. Yeah, good luck. For whatever reason, this line is never voiced. I think there is a voice file for it. It's not linked up. I've tried to make it work. It does not. Fortunately, though, since I don't tax people, they're not going to be that unhappy for that long, so they will come crawling back. Yeah, this is pretty grimbo. No matter how you cut it, I'm gonna have to sell my goods, even though I don't want to. I can't wait out on a blessing from Neptune because we just do not have the money in order to build him a temple. However, when I get myself up to above -5,000, I will do that. I will get a temple to Neptune, and hopefully he will be so happy that he gives me a blessing. but he might not. This is also terrible. I didn't know until just this week, but actually if you have a lot of hospitals, and I mean about triple the amount that the game thinks is perfect, the fumigation is prevented by the hospitals. Neptune has more wrath for me. I look forward to the day your city uses ships. Vengeance will be mine. Oil for Neptune yet. Fortunately...
Päällikölle potkut perkele! Pomo ei selkeästi piittaa musta, joten mä näytän sille, mitä mä piittaan sen kaupungista. Jos haluat nähdä, miltä kaupungit näyttää, kun ne palaa, niin kato poika tarkasti.
Alright, do not be afraid of the angry Swede there. The prefect will come along and put him in his place. Oh, no, he ran away. Actually, he really ran away. He's emigrating. Oh, God, well, we're at perfect employment at least, but we have many problems. How are those gods feeling with this? Okay, charmed, happy, very angry. Right, we need to dig ourselves out of debt like nobody's business. Oh god, okay, now this is a little less of a laughing matter. And, okay, right. If I'd known this was going to take so long to trigger, I would have gotten the pottery going anyway. However... Oh boy, oh Jesus, okay, right, so... The marble that I just imported, I imported 10 units of it. I could have saved myself a bundle on that. I could have saved myself 1,000 denarii by waiting for the price decrease. Holy smokes. That's pretty cheap, 100 per unit of marble. Too little too late though. Look at the price of that iron though. I have to pay 150 for a unit of iron, and I need to make it into weapons myself. I will not be able to profit off of that, because I have to pay 150 for the iron, I have to sell it at 180, and the 30 denarii profit is going to be eaten up by wages, so won't make my money selling weapons. It has to be on the very, very small amount of wine, oil, furniture and food that I can sell. Now, they're coming in from here somewhere. Quite a few of them, quite a few Numidians. We're going to have to use the ancient technique, because I can't see a reasonable way of dealing with this. I'd like to use prefects actually, but I can't afford a prefect defense. Oh god, they're still coming in. That's unfortunate for me. Right, just lob some javelin. Oh god, they lob javelins back at us. Right, we should be able to use our smaller units to tank them in melee battle, whilst the other units throw crap at them. Right, you go and engage. The rest of you throw. Oh my days, right. The Chialeux Illustre himself has decided to ask for 60 units of weapons. I might have mentioned earlier, it cost me 150 plus manufacturing costs to make those each. Not going to happen. Okay, thankfully, that very early attack was destroyed by our untrained javelins. Further, unfortunately, there's another attack approaching. It should be here in about 2 years. That gives me 2 years to dig myself out of debt before Toge Boy realizes that I'm running off with his checkbook. And, jeez, these imports are scary stuff. Wait, oh dear, this is pretty bad. I lost all of these guys as well. These farms are going to run out of labor and burn down eventually, which is really bad. Because I do make a little bit of money off the fruit and veg. Not a lot, but a few hundred, maybe even 1,000 denarii a year off of these.
Attention! J'aimerais que ces ouvriers soient plus prudents quand ils changent les bêtes avec mes nouveaux achats.
Angry Lucky when he doesn't get what he needs on the Bagel-thon. Right, again, I cannot do anything building or deleting wise until I am at least no more than 5,000 denarii in debt. There's an argument to be made for ceasing imports right now, just so that we process what we already have, turn that into money, get Neptune on our side, and hopefully smoke Neptune's blessing all the way to the bank. Even if I wanted to be building stuff, though, I have... Oh, are you beating up zebras?
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
Damn. I want to catch the prefect when he's fighting for his life against a zebra. I'm just going to dispatch these zebras. The noise they make distresses me. I'd rather we just get it out of the way. Alright, I got a little bit of furniture, a little bit of oil, a little bit of wine, Lucky, if you could kindly go and get it.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Never will I ever want to lose the Dr. Aftish voiced Russian Roman legionnaires. Well, these aren't legionnaires, they're auxiliaries. Point still stands though. Right. Garma Toge wants my fruit. And, okay, well, I'm definitely not making a profit on selling weapons. The price of them has just gone down immensely as well. Maybe I shouldn't be sending you guys off that far, just in case there's an immediate attack out of nowhere. Come on, buy my goods. I am desperate here. The farms are no longer operational because I ran out of my my housing here, so that's actually a high priority to get those rebuilt, or else all of my agricultural profits go away. Fortunately, he does buy them up, unfortunately, at a ridiculously low price. Yeah, this is French Toge boy. Be confused and in fear at the same time. God's sake, buy my manufactured goods! Yes, the IKEA is gone, the oil is gone. Come on, a little bit more and we're back in black. There we go, right, we're just barely back in black. First thing we're going to do is get rid of these fumigated homes. I believe there was a merger here, so I'm just going to get that one back. And I am definitely going to have my large temple to Neptune. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to make him ultra happy with me. Which does make me wonder, is it worth doing? Period. Is there anything better I could do with my money? The answer is yeah, probably, but for now, just take that. That's funny, I really thought a large temple each would be enough to make them exalted. A large temple is meant to be good for 1,500 population, but since they're all settled on delighted, I can only assume that...
Ces abus doivent cesser!
Yeah, well that's nae good. Right, Toge Boy's not giving me a long time to claw myself out of debt. I really don't think I can. He's probably going to order my arrest. I'm about to enter cardiac arrest at this rate. Still, I'm going to keep importing goods to keep the industry flowing and just hope that this is enough. If it's not enough, then I'm going to have to rethink this strategy and maybe make a much more modest and taxed town rather than work on the virtually non-existent import-export economy. Fortunately, we're still getting immigrants.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
You can be all the Leon Temuring you want, Nix. The price of iron has increased even more, which is even more troubling. I do kind of want to Neptune on my side. I'm going to import that marble after all. Just a little drop of it to get another Neptune temple up, because I really want him to be exalted and give me the double monies. Fortunately, it's quite cheap to get marble now, thanks to the negotiated rate. If you're an aspiring map maker and you wanted to edit the prices, you can. There are some nice tools to just edit the price of goods. Saving this agonizing short wait here. Set that to non-accepting so he doesn't give me more marble, he's just giving me the wood that I need. And I'm too in debt to build the second temple to Neptune, sadly. He's getting slightly less angry as time goes by, at least. God, I'm spending so much money on these imports. Yeah, cut off the olives and the vines for a bit. I still need a bit of timber, or else these timber workshops aren't going to be fully operational. And if I could just... Oh yeah, Toge Boy's about to be very unhappy because I'm not paying any tribute to Rome here. Do any cities sell weapons, considering they're almost free at this point? Sadly, no. We've opened all routes, and our only option is to export weapons, not import. Oh, right, just selling a lot of manufactured goods dug me out of debt big time. Second, Neptune. Do we really need this, by the way? Yeah, clearly. They're only charmed. Why is it so low? I'm actually flabbergasted it's so low. Anyway, this is enough, hopefully, to get Neptune on my side. I'm seriously tempted to get another Legion just to deal with Caesar if he comes. Because I only have until October next year to dig myself out of debt. I can't see that happening on what I have here. I have goods to export, maybe, let's say that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, If I turned everything into money and just exported it, I don't think I could even get myself out of debt in time. Even if Neptune helped me out. It's not impossible though. But if I do build my next fort, I'm tying myself into that. Also, yeesh. Emperor's going to be angry regardless. The Emperor's going to be angry regardless, then there's an argument for not even bothering with anything and just getting an army big enough to deal with him. But dealing with the attack that he sends at you with just this crap is difficult. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. Important lesson often worth remembering. But these are non-academy trained units. Ah, screw it, right. We're just going to have to go toe-to-toe with Toge Boy for a wee bit. Otherwise, I'm just sitting on a barracks that isn't operating. Why not throw a festival to Neptune with the last of your money? Now that would have been a pretty good idea if I hadn't already built that second temple. But of course I can't afford it because I'm in ultra debt. He'll see the funny side soon enough. I'm pretty confident I can get his blessing. Jeez, this is slow going getting these goods, these manufactured goods in and sold.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux...
There we go. Neptune's just letting out his wrath, and now he's happy. Right, in comes all that timber that I have so desperately needed. Stop importing for a while until we're completely out of it. At least when Caesar orders my arrest, there's a bit of respite before the army arrives, so I'm just going to have to make myself a massive amount of javelins to throw my sticks at the legions and keep them off my back. I'm probably also going to need to erect a wall around here, or erect a prefect defense, maybe even both. I already regret putting my manufacturing hub here. I wasn't considering the attacks from Toge Boy. I should have put it over here. That way I would be able to have a specific Toge Boy defense. With prefects, which again, they're garbage, but at least it would be something.
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Yes, I know. I don't buy or sell your goods. But that was only for you, not for the other guys. Right, that's given me a touch of dosh at least. Neptune is already delighted. Giving him a festival would not really be worth it. However, I'm going to do a small festival for Mars in the hopes that Mars gives me a blessing. Ooh, do I want that now or do I want that later? It's a wee while before Toge Boy attacks. This army is a different story altogether. But it might not be the worst idea to just say... Yeah, we'll give it a go. We'll see what it does for Mars. If it brings him to Exalted, that's actually good. And it's a very low price to pay for it. I like how the unemployment number is just perfectly down there. Only 6 excessive individuals. I'm running out of goods here. However, look at that. We're actually clawing our way out of debt, scarily enough. If I could just get that Neptune blessing. And he is exalted. He could bless me anytime he wants. He just doesn't seem to want to right now. We might just be able to do this. And if we do it... If we fail by within 1,000 denarii, then it was a terrible mistake for me to erect this extra fort. But if we fail anyway, or we succeed, then building that fort was a brilliant move by me, as expected. What's with the French voice lines? What's wrong with the French voice lines? There we go, we have a nice, somewhat stiff animation. Oh god, what happened to that wrist? Anyway, lovely food to exalt Mars.
Pousser des chariots toute la journée, ça prend de l'énergie. Comment est-ce que charionneur est supposé faire tout ça sans de la bouffe?
I'm not actually sure how it impacts the gods. There are some mechanics that I don't know very well in this game because I don't use them enough. Festivals is one of them. I usually run my cities with absolutely no festivals. Right, that's enough wine, or that's enough vines to keep us going, at least until we know if we're going to win or lose. It's not the same story with timber, though. Come on, gods, I need your help. Well, Mars is delighted, at least. I'm not sure if that's going to keep going up. It probably ticks every month. Neptune, please. I need you now more than ever. Oh, there we go. Right, blessing from Neptune. Forget imports, except oil, I guess, because we still need to keep pressing that oil. June, July, August, September, October. I have 4 months to. Oh, this isn't gonna happen. There's no way that I can squeeze that kind of dosh out in 4 months. But what if we could?
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
4200, 4100, 39. We have sold all of the wheat we can to Ephesius, so no more money to be made off of that, but wheat is the lowest value thing. We can still sell 7 units of wine, 10 units of oil, and 12 units of furniture. So that's like 12, 22, let's just say 30. 30 times about 150. We need those goods yesterday, chaps. I'm really gonna fall short by under 1,000 and regret building that that legion, aren't I? It's July, August, September, October. I got 3 months to dig myself out of debt here. 1,500. If I'm short by 34 denarii, I can chuck in what I have from my personal savings.
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me suis... Ah, bonne journée. Ah, bonne journée. Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
305. Come on, workshops. Dig us out of debt here. I need this. I need this so bad. Enemies at the door. Toge boy's asking me where his bleeding fruit is. Speaking of, how are we on fruit exports? Ooh, we could still make a little bit.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mais... Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute
It's August. I got 2 months. 2 bleeding months. We've got to sell these goods.
Ah, bonne journée à vous.
You're not going to be the one selling. Come on, come on! I am desperate beyond measure here.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Ah!
No, 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 no. You gotta come in and buy my goods, Toge boy.
Ah!
No! You're not who I need! Okay, the price on pottery just relented a bit. Mars gave me the blessing, which is actually a little wasted on enemy troops. I was hoping to use that on Toge boy himself.
Ah! Ship up.
No, I need you to come and buy the oil! The oil is right there! Oh, what if he's already bought all the oil? Oh, no, 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 no. If we just get those guys coming in for the oil right now, we're okay.
Ah!
No! Not you! Uh-oh. Toge boy's about to flip his lid. Yes! We did it! It was the fruit!
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici.
Woo!
Mes affaires vont très bien.
Lucky just saved my bacon by buying my apples. So we did get our 3rd legion. We've kept Caesar just off our back, and I mean barely. I'm gonna give him a Greek manuscript. I'm going to give my 14 denarii to the city just to save us from anything bad. And I am going to stockpile fruit so that I can send that off to Toge Boy and keep him off my back. However, he still wants those weapons, and he is not getting those weapons. So the fruit should pile up here for a bit. We have too much wheat, funnily enough. I'm actually going to turn off the wheat production just to try and have it sold a bit rather than backing up that warehouse. Not that those guys do anything else. I'm going to consider selling pottery. 80 is not very profitable, but I can sell a lot of it. I'm not sure it's worth the wages, though. Brilliant and calculated move. You know it, Daniel.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
I hope I don't get an invoice for that wine. Okay, the Emperor is furious with you, but he's given me a fresh 12 months to repay that debt. He knows I'm good for it.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
There we go. Oh my god, I love being in the black. Oh, this is what it's all about. Okay. Bonne journée à vous indeed. How are we going to handle this? I think I just need to load up on javelins big time. I even think javelins are better than horses. Like, even in melee combat, the horses are just so garbage. The javelins aren't very good, but at least they can also throw. Point is, despite everything I just went through, I'm still going to expand my army. Because Dunqul Oasis in Pharaoh is full of lots of horrible invasions. Why would this be any different? Let's get our imports going again, because we can actually afford it now. And we still have a few months of happy Neptune.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Yeah, oh, thank God. Lucky's just buying all of my goods. Whew. Right, that means I can actually afford to do things again. This feels like Factorio when you finally secure that second iron mine. If I can draw a comparison that I'm sure many of you will get. We'll have enough time to get Toge Boy his fruits. Whether or not he's happy enough with that, I don't know. And I need to keep giving Toge Boy a gift every little bit over a year, or else he is going to flip his lid, because Favor's at 15 and he's going to be unhappy when I don't give him those weapons either. And he will not be getting those weapons. 60 weapons at those import prices? No way, no how. Fit else. Even more javelins? Probably. I need to focus on my defenses more than anything else. Once we have a more established colony, then I can worry about other things. And javelins are fast enough, I don't mind them being over here. That way they can quickly defend my slum, and yet they should be able to react to defend anything else, so we're going to keep that going. The god slum doesn't need to expand for a while. Toge Boy being on my case for pottery is actually rather nice. It incentivizes me to start up my pottery industry, and that's not too expensive on people either, so I'm still going to build up a bunch of houses here just to bring in people for said industry. We're going to raw material a single clay pit for now, and a couple of pottery workshops. This will be expanded later. For now, however, there we go. I won't set pottery to export until we got Toge Boy his goods. Actually, it's a little bit tempting to set up another one, just to get Toge Boy his goods ultra quickly. And I think, well, I know I will, I'm already doing it. Pottery. There, and there. Little unfortunate if I get attacked from here. Like, this does look like a very obvious entry point. Also, aren't enemies at the door? Enemies are at the door, so wall is expensive. There's good reason to not use wall and instead use something like aqueduct, but for now, we're just going to build an ugly ass wall. There will be a time where I make this city so pretty, you wouldn't think it was ever known as Dunqul Oasis. That time is not now. those accursed zebras. That was a lack of employment, but the...
Ces abus doivent cesser.
Oh, that's actually really quite bad. I don't want to be in debt at the turn of the... being at the debt at the turn of the year is what causes Caesar to get really angry. Whoops. In fact, he might get so angry that he sends his legions at me already. This could be actually really bad. Leaving those imports on.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Ah, bonne journée à vous. Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Oh, I've done it now. Toge Boy's about to flip. That was quite the mistake. Quite the costly mistake. I don't have his fruits to keep him off my back either.
C'en est assez. On ne se moque pas impunément de Rome.
Yeah, I got too carried away there. So I let my money go into the negative at the turn of the year, which drops your favor even further. Now he's called for my arrest. And I can't really deal with that right now. Well, this army might be able to. Even so, that was a big loss. Or a big mistake on my side for sure. Well, unfortunately you're not getting labor access. You should. But, you know, whether you should or should not, you're not. Right, how do we turn this situation around? The answer is probably walling this off, so that I can engage Toge Boy in my own way and hopefully he doesn't just come in and tear this down. Doesn't matter that I'm back in the black right now, I've already cheesed off Toge enough. Yeah, luckily I haven't been giving Toge Boy what he really wants, but I'm still going to send this to him, because I don't intend on keeping him angry. So he can have that, and we'll get back to exporting the fruit. Funnily enough, if I'd been exporting the fruit, I would have had the money to stay out of debt. So mistakes made all around there. All around by me. Keep those imports going. We still need to turn these into goods. Completed goods. That's vines, olives, and lumber. Quite nice to use an import-export economy. It's good on the... good on your employees, actually. You don't need loads of unemployment to fuel such an economy. I do need a little bit more people though, so I'm going to build this up for now. You know, that wheat doesn't get exported very quickly now, does it? Well, it's a fresh year. Fresh year, fresh export. Hopefully 5 loads of stick throwers is enough to take out the Roman legions. It's not, so we might have to employ some questionable tactics. Just hope Caesar doesn't burn down all of my economic infrastructure.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
He's already ordered my arrest, but he's also flipping out a wee bit. Don't worry though, I have a vague bit of confidence that we'll be okay. Gonna get that pottery ready for Toge Boy. That should keep him a little bit happier as well. It's being processed as fast as I can. Tempting to put down another clay pit and just have even more of this. Once the clay starts backing up, I'll expand the pottery industry. Also just gonna have a few touch more people here because I'm a little short on peeps. Otherwise though, we're looking good in black. What's the tax situation? Do you have forums? I do have access to forums, yes. Obviously I'm not taxing anyone right now because on very hard mode you don't get money out of tents. And of course, we play on very hard mode. We only play on very hard mode. Long ago I used to play only on hard mode because there was a bug on very hard mode that prevented immigration. That has been fixed in Julius. You can keep it on if you want the extra challenge. I do not. It's a pain to deal with. But yeah, very hard mode does not mess around. Tax income is severely gimped. Enemy invasions are super maxed. Just everything is pain. But that's okay because when playing Caesar I actually quite like a bit of pain. I mean, not small rocks everywhere pain, but reasonable pain. Family-friendly pain, shall we say. Okay, the financial situation is looking great. The import-export economy is working well for me. I need to start thinking about anything else I can export. Pottery isn't unreasonable, but there's so much pottery that I can sell that I... Wow, you've cleaned out my wheat. That's pretty good. I'm going to turn you back on. We can sell pottery. The markup is small, but I think it's still worthwhile. 80 per unit is really low. We have to make up with it in mass. That's still a few thousand a year. Probably more than I'd be spending on wages. I mean, my current wages is only in the hundreds. So almost certainly worthwhile. But Toge Boy gets his pound of flesh first. In fact, I have a fourth one of those. As I resist the urge to put down a fifth. Pottery, the clay is starting to back up a bit, so I can actually put down a pottery barn. 1, 2, even another one here. I would like yet another one, but that'll have to wait, especially since unemployment is, or yeah, my lack of unemployment is the problem. Normally I have ultra unemployment. That's how I like to play my game. Enemies closing, so enemies are at the door and an additional load of enemies are on the way, I believe. So this is all pretty bad for us. Good thing we have 4 full legions and 1 legion that's slowly filling up. Employees needed, that's okay, that's part of my plan. We've got Swedish immigration.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
Thanks, Nix. Right, can we make a move to get Toge Boy off my back? Yeah, I can give him a Persian carpet next month, and I will. And I'll get him his pottery soon as well. And when I kick the ass of the Roman legions that are on their way... And these are not Roman legions, but I'm still going to enact axe-kicking mode. Okay, they're in a pretty desirable situation. And they are once again stick throwers. I'm going to leave the barons back here because I still want them to build up. Whenever your forces are away, they will not get reinforcements from... I wonder if I can get you guys up here, actually. Well, that's pretty good. We can throw sticks at them like that. Splendid, splendid. We have the high ground now, Anakin. Right, in a stick-throwing competition, our lads have the advantage. Okay, Ephesius, who I was just talking about bulk selling pottery to, have sadly cut down the amount that they demand by a staggering 15. Yikes. Well, here's hoping that Toge Boy can at least get his soon. Oh, what a waste. Mars has just given us his blessing already. It was so early that it really didn't do much for us. There we go, they're broken and running. Kill whoever you can and get back. We lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or so javelins. And I just need to hope that they are ready to rock and roll by the time Toge Boy and the boys in blue arrive. Yes, I'm working on it, Caesar. Would you calm down?
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser?
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
Now, there was something to be said for going into a taxable economy ASAP, but I just had so little money to build up a real pleb place, so I decided against it. Something else to be considered is adding a bit more additional wall, just to keep the boys in blue off my back. And if he does break through here for whatever reason, let's try and make sure that he doesn't get any friendly ideas about proceeding further. Maybe tower it up? Yeah! Let's use all those towers we were afforded. We were given no towers. Again. Right. Reinforcements are trickling in from the barracks. I think they train about 4 units a month. So, shouldn't take very long to have those bulked up. The cost of getting legionnaires is insane, though. Okay, I'm an hour in, and it's still just small tentville. Believe it or not, I don't actually like slumming in this game. It's means to an end, though. Right, Toge Boy can get his pottery if nothing else. He's about to flip his lid about that. Hold on. I'm going to give 4 to the city and then send him those Persian carpets. He's still extremely angry, but he'll be slightly less angry now, I hope. Okay, he's not about to call this off, of that I am certain. But what I can do, I hope I can do, is let's just wall this off a touch. Nope, we cannot. The enemy troops are here. Right, that's as far as I can do that. I'm wondering if I want a prefect army or not. Well, I don't have much of a choice. We're getting a prefect army. It won't be much of an army. In fact, it's going to be a bit crummy. But it'll have to do. And it's going to cost me a lot of labor, which I don't have as well. It's alright, they will be dismissed once the... once the ancient privilege has been invoked. I just hope regular prefects don't go out and engage, because that causes me some problems. We are, of course, going to set prefectures to the highest priority. 384 workforce. To allow myself a little more, I'm going to temporarily undo the wheat economy. And we have little choice but to engage. I hope we don't have enemies at the door right now. We don't, but they are close. So we need to deal with this with minimal casualties. I'm still going to leave the barons behind, just so I'm constantly making more units. I can't afford not to, I believe. I hope this prefect doesn't go and engage them, because otherwise they're going to aggro on my armies. I want the big prefect wall to be the one that comes out and deals with them, not the paltry other guys. There's a good chance Toge Boy is going to engage me in a very negative way right now. All right, I think we're gonna proc him a little bit. Good, kind of. Lay them flat. Right. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to start going for my industrial center, but believe it or not, that's a survivable loss. It is not often in this kind of situation I consider my industrial base expendable, but right now it is. Having the army is actually a bigger deal, but the ancient privilege is enacted.
Không có đủ thức ăn ở thành phố này sẽ dễ dẫn đến tội phạm. Hệ thống phòng thủ của thành phố đáng lẽ không được để kẻ địch lọt vào. Tên lính này quá mạnh so với tôi. Ta sẽ chiến đấu đến chết. Thành phố còn an toàn khi ta còn sống.
Surprising amount of loyalty for a hired hand. Right, so I'm doing an engagement, which is the rolling javelin defense. Javelins are faster than heavy infantry, meaning if you just keep rolling back, you get a good bit of throwing your sticks at them before they start engaging. And what you can also do is you can throw away a front line of them. They will engage, they'll keep the heavy infantry in place, and then everybody just throws their sticks at them. There we go, now everybody gets to go home. The prefects are thanked for their service, and that allows the deployment to go back to where it's needed.
Ta sẽ chiến đấu đến chết. Thành phố còn an toàn khi ta còn sống.
Okay, the prefect did not win.
Hệ thống phòng thủ của thành phố đáng lẽ không được để kẻ địch lọt vào.
I think they're trying to chew through my walls unsuccessfully. Don't put them out of their misery. Enemy attacks block immigration, so I absolutely want these guys very dead. There we go. Whew. Now that was a lot of things that could have gone wrong, and indeed did go wrong, but we have earned Gamin, Toge, Chialeux, Illustre, Carte, No, we don't need the Carte Personnalisée part. Anyway, French Toge boy has actually given us his respect. We defeated a bunch of incompetents he sent to arrest us. He will send another army my way if I ever cross him again, though, so let's stay out of debt. We're still not going to give him those ridiculous weapons, though. Let's restart our economy with exports of wheat. And yes, I know, we're a little short on people, but that's okay. Oh, that's okay.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
60 weapons in 1 month seems doable. He gave me 50 months to do it, but that would require 60 imports of iron, and iron costs me 240 denarii per unit. So it's 2,000, 12,000, yeah. More money than I think we've made the entire run so far would have to be sunk on that. Not happening. I would just rather have Toge Boy angry at me. And when we can, we need to send him another gift. So in 8 months' time, please yell at me to send him a gift. 8 months. So we lose favor for not sending him weapons, but that's far preferable. Oh, snap. I was taking it for granted that I'd be able to buy cheap marble, but no, marble just jacked right back up in price. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's drown our tears in the selling of pottery. It is right there and available to be sold. And then, as soon as we have about 5,000 denarii, I'm going to start making a proper plebeian block. I don't know where. And then we're going to tear down my slum, because I hate slums, and maybe tear down this ramshackle defense as well. But, ooh, the cost of importing marble is not insignificant. Tell you what, you become the marble place instead of this. I don't know why I loaded this up with marble when it had 4 other goods to care about. And let's not import marble just in case something comes and tears it down. We'll import it when we need it. We can get it relatively quickly anyway. And you say you don't like playing StarCraft. StarCraft is not possible. Maybe it is in single player, but I don't think you can do actions while paused. I quite like the setup with import-export because we produced slightly less than the import quotas, like a tiny amount, not even 1 unit, I believe, under production. But that keeps the warehouses nice and empty. I actually don't like overflowingly full warehouses. I like sleek, efficient warehouses that are jumping between like 12 and 24 of a good. Not the jam-packed 32 good warehouses. I think it looks a bit untidy in a finished city. Again, that's just my opinion. Some people like to have overflowing warehouses to show the decadence and opulence of their cities, and that's great. Build the city the way you want it. I build them the way I want it, and sometimes I don't even succeed at that. Ah, right. Enemies at the door. Now, I was warned that I really need to get some legionnaires, but we just can't afford it. Despite what we've been told in the advice for this level, I think we're going to have nothing but javelins. Well, maybe not nothing but javelins, but for now it's a javelin party. I quite like this place for staging my defenses on, but this actually seems like a decent place for the javelin. Oh, we can't have gatehouses though. So actually I want everything inside the city walls. But we'll still need a way to break out anyway, won't we? Complicated, just go there. I want to have maximum size forts anyway. I'm more of a plop down warehouses all over and it'll sort itself out eventually kind of guy. Does it though, Rolling Odie? Does it really? I remain unconvinced. I'm going to wall this off a little bit more. Still leave entry point for... Is there a wall there? Can't even tell. I think there is. Anyway, slight entry point for traders, but just enough to discourage Roman legions from coming and blasting all this away. Enemies are closing, so despite enemies being right here, there's another enemy army on its way. I don't know what the game expects me to be affording legionnaires with, because that iron is pricey beyond belief. I'm gonna get another pottery workshop operational though. And And yeah, that actually puts me into not enough employmentville, which is a real place that we don't like being. I'll slam down just a little bit more pleb.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
It's about as much money as I could really hope to have at this point. This is one of my safest warehouses, actually. You should be the one that takes in the marble. Not you. Also keeps it near the gods, which is befitting. I'm going to import a little bit of marble, because I will need at least some to get my pleb block on the go. I'm going to feel a whole lot better as soon as I have an actual taxed pleb block. Wow, these weird roads that go off to nowhere. I'm cleaning out this because I think this is where the pleb block is going to be. This is a little close to the highly undesirable forts. Nobody wants to live here. This is already being used a bit for money, which I still am in desperate need of, despite having 6 grand. And this is just sitting here begging to have a pleb block. I don't need to overcomplicate things, however, it just so happens this map maker does not want me having easy access to water. I hadn't even considered that looking at the map, but yeah. Where and how do we get our water from? Oh, geez, this is more complex than I thought. No, maybe not, maybe not. Does this clear away? It does. So let's just clear away the bare minimum, or else John is going to be on my case. Okay, well this is a small mercy. If the mapmaker wanted to be incredibly savage, they could have made it that I need to bring the water out from here, which would severely hamper defenses, because I'd need to wrap that inside my defensive layer. But if I can grab the water just from the river inlet here, I'm still able to aqueduct it around, so that's rather nice. Thank you, Faithful Echo, for being such a nice map maker. Ooh, we might love coming here even more than we thought, because this road was a hint that we can set up a reservoir here. No, ignore me, I cannot. It looked like I could. It still looks like I can. Hold that thought. Nope. There's just enough rock in the way to make this not a plausible reservoir location. And now I feel bad because I cleaned out those trees and I can't undo cleaning them. Why is one of the forts hidden behind a mountain? You mean this one? I didn't want to clutter this space up anymore, because I do intend on building around here eventually. And javelins are fast, so I don't mind putting them quite far away. Right, so water's going to come down here, meaning I'm relatively free to design this block as I want to. And we were told that enemy attacks will not come from the entry and exit point. A very nice thing to be told. So thank you, Faithful Echo, for being such a nice map maker. Just going to clog this up with wall. We're never going to want to go here ourselves. We just want to make sure that enemy armies that come at least have to chew through this wall long enough that our javelins kick into position. It looks really ugly doing this, so when I finish off a city and I make it into an eternal city, I usually just make a somewhat functional but more aesthetically driven walling in than anything else. Of course, I could still come up here, so let's just make sure that that's also considerably less of a plausibility. Because heavens knows I don't want to be going there. Maybe actually, it might be good to get my javelins up here if they're right there. Right, that chewed up a lot of money building that wall. And we still need more employees, but we're working on that. Where's our Swedes?
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här.
No, no time for Swedes. We need fruit for the Emperor. So we're going to set fruit to stockpile, even though we just about have all of it. These... Yeah, they were about to come and buy my fruit. What do the Dutch think of this situation?
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsel omkrijgen hier.
Need to stop clicking on nitro at some point. Yeah, we are definitely not at the make it pretty stage, considering we are an hour 20 in. We still have the disgusting small tent shantytown. Right, I am thinking of a design here. It's just going to be small casa. There is no incentive for me to build up beyond small insulae. Let me start that again. Time to build up some proper plebs. They will just be small insulae. There is no incentive for me to go above that because we have access to patricians, and to get them furniture to go beyond small insulae, I would need furniture. Didn't I just say that? I think I did. Anyway, I'd need to import the goods for making it. Not at all worth the price. If I was going to be doing that, I'd want them to be grand insulae, and I don't really want to use our limited farmland on 2 types of food, because fruit only produces at half the speed of wheat. So with a healthy amount of wheat farming here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3... How much wheat could I reasonably get for these people? 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4. Okay, so 4, 5, 1, 2, 6, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2. Okay, what is 7 times 320? Not quite enough. I need a different design for the feeding of people here. Not that this is going to be great for building up people on, but even so... 2,240, thank you, Daniel. Not that our... We don't need a huge amount of population, but I want to be able to feed slightly more than that. So... that should work. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. More than 8. How about 9? Alright, witness my resolve. 9 should be good, because that's just shy of 3,000 people fed. We have a granary here. Ooh, this is coming together. Right. That's going to get all this fed. I am a little bit unhappy with the engineering and prefecturing situation here. I always want to have prefects at the end of this, but I didn't put one here. I didn't leave myself space for one there. Prefect is going to have to go there, and we're going to have to hope that doesn't burn everything down. Granary is only going to take wheat, and this wheat is going to spread out to a somewhat awkward pleb block here, but not too awkward. It'll be survivable. Now this is where I get to do one of the things that I really love to do in Caesar, and it's where mechanically this game just shines for me. These rocks are in the way, but they're not annoying single square rocks that just make you frustrated. They're big blocks of rocks, so you know they're there and you really have to plan around them. That doesn't leave me with a lot of space for things that improve, say, desirability. Ooh, I didn't leave good space for an aqueduct here. Not at all. I might actually haul you in a touch. I don't have space for oracles, so having this be so narrow is also unfortunate. But in the end, we're at the mercy of what merges and what does not. You don't merge, you don't live. It's quite a simple situation. It's quite a big block, but I think it might be, no matter how I cut it, it's going to be a big block, which needs extra services. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. In a way, it might be rather nice to build an extra large block that necessitates us going around like so. Also going to need... Ooh, well, actually, if it's so big, we could have the reservoir somewhere really obnoxious like here. It's going to water everybody after all. Yeah, you know, I rather like that. See, just making this stuff up on the fly, to me, that feels good. It really helps this game come alive to me. It Doesn't matter how you cut it though. I'm going to need this around here. And we have a slight situation. This water cannot get through here. Time to use another forbidden technique. Magical Roman water. Some people didn't believe that the Romans could do this, but there you go. I might have caused myself a bit of an issue here. I don't actually want the road there. That's fine though, because what we can do is that. Somehow that water's going to flow. You just need to think about it with portals. There we go. That's all the portals we need. Now, I gotta fill this up with plebs. I hope one of those merges, or else I'm gonna be having a bad time when it comes to employees moving around. This is expensive. This part is always expensive. Building lots of houses and hoping that some of them merge. It's also not very glorious. I wish I had a more... One of my wish list things for Caesar is the ability to know which tiles merge. You could just learn the look of them, but that's beyond my mortal-sized brain. If I could just have like a little purple pixel in each merger tile or something like that, something that doesn't bother you but is enough to notice, then that would go a long way for me. But alas, I don't have it, and I don't think Julius is actively being worked on for my needs and mine alone. And make no mistake, that is a pretty petty need. Now, prefects up the wahoo, because there is no amount of prefects that is too many prefects. You are actually not going to be prefect. You're going to be an engineer, and I hope that you do all the loops. This is still not enough prefects, believe it or not. So I'm going to shove another one here. That should be enough, assuming that you actually get out there. And I'm not going to assume that. I'm going to put another prefect there. And we will want these people doctored, so there you go. Now, with any luck, we're going to build up the food, we're going to build up the water, and we're just generally going to have a nice pleb area here, so jam-packed with Swedish immigrants.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
It's going to be my own little Sweden hill. And then these Swedes are going to work hard, not smart for me. Oh, nice. Toge boy can get his much-desired apples. And, you didn't yell at me to send a gift, folks. Fortunately, I noticed it right on time. So he's going to get some Egyptian glassware. Modest gifts don't do a lot. It's only giving me 3 imperial favor. We're at 23, so it should go to 26. Oh, right, now we can't send him anything. A larger gift would give me +5, and an extravagant gift would give me +10. But you get much lower returns if you send them repeated gifts within 12 months. So ideally you want to give them one gift, wait 12 months, give them another. Now if you have a salary that's like architect or acquisitor, it's no big deal to just send them extravagant gifts all the time, but the money that you pay yourself comes out of your city budget. So if you're really on a shoestring budget, you can't really afford to keep sending Caesar big gifts. It's cost effective to send him small crappy gifts, but it's time efficient to send him the big gifts. Since I can't afford the big, I just give him the small ones, because boy do we need Caesar off of our back after that rough start.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
Ah, damn it! I should not have gone into debt again at the turn of the year. That's going to make Toge boy very unhappy. However, if I just cut imports... Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because of all that bleeding marble. Whoops. Oh well, what can you do? It's okay. If we sell this fruit... Oh, you're not buying that fruit. Okay, well, if we can sell literally anything...
Bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Okay, we sold literally anything to stay out of debt. So we won't lose loads of favor at the turn of the year, maybe. We're at 26, hopefully it goes down to 25. If things look bad, it'll go down to 20. As long as it stays above 10, we'll be okay. Oh god, went down to 22? You could not pay your tribute this year, which reduced your favor. Keep some money in treasury at the year's end so you can make your annual payment to Rome. Yeah, we didn't have the dosh to give what we could to Toge boy. Wages cut into that.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
Man. I've never feared a Frenchman, and I'm not going to start now. Even so, that's a little chilling, isn't it? We need people down here on the double, or else all these farms are going to burst into flames.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Heb je wat te nakken? Heb je wat te nakken?
Không có dấu hiệu.
Heb je wat te nakken?
Không có đủ thức ăn ở thành phố này sẽ dễ dẫn đến tội phạm.
Fortunately, everybody's going to stop complaining about the lack of food the moment that we... Oh, God, that merged. Well, this should be okay. The moment we start piling up grain here, people are going to stop complaining about the lack of food, or so I hope. This is wanting to burst into flames, so if a prefect could kindly walk over here before this burns down, I'd be much obliged.
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsel omkrijgen hier.
What is he saying? Epinotsunacha. Okay, there we go. Shouldn't be in burn down zone here. But we do need this to become merge town. One of my least favorite things to do in Caesar is fishing for mergers. Really just kills all of the pacing, but what can you do? We made back the favor for not being able to pay tribute by giving Toge Boy his apples, which is rather nice. What's incredibly nice is that wages are not going up. I really expected this map to have Rome upping the wages. But it's not, so let's just be grateful for that. Very rare to not see that.
Burger, deze plek heeft meer arbeiders nodig.
Arbeiter, you say?
Ô meu chefe, essa cidade aqui tá precisando de mais trabalhador, né? Olha só.
Come on, Brelix. I'm not convinced Brelix is actually saying his lines. Right. This didn't merge, which is unpleasant, nor did I get a merger here, but along this looks rather nice. It really is a case of merge or die, though, so we're just going to build up lots and lots of pleb housing. Lots and lots. I'm not too worried about needing duplicates of services here, because I don't think unemployment is going to be the world's biggest issue on this map. The cost of this is getting a little out of hand, though. Could I push my aqueducts further back? No, it wouldn't actually help me in any way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 320. What is 9 times 320, please, chat, if you would be so kind? 9 times 320. This is painful. 2,880. What is 2,880 divided by 76? Divided by 76, please. $37, thank you. So we want 37 merge. Oh god, the fire is actually... Despite all these prefect walkers, the fire is still looking to burn, burn, burn. Can't believe I need more prefectures for this setup. Well, we won't need them so much when they stop being tents, but it's still painful to see.
Mut on heitetty koristani. Mulla ei ole mitään asuinpaikkaa.
Yeah, the Swedish homeless. And this isn't even Stockholm. 2 and 2. Yeah, the lack of mergers here is a little disappointing, but hey ho. We're gonna need markets. One always needs markets. This I think I'm gonna need to save for desirability increasing. I'll still shove a market here. I can't think of a better thing to do. Distant battle, okay, even more armies on their way. I hope the ancient privilege can keep us alive, if nothing else. I'll tell you, a gatehouse would help me out big time. I actually think that I'm going to continue this walling off and have a main entranceway here rather than here, just to protect my slum manufactory unit. Not just yet, though. I'm busy focused on this. I don't have the money to be faffing around with everything on this city at once. Rome has raised the price of wood. That directly impacts the potential money I could make on every export of furniture, that is. 1x1s die. That's how things go. Merge or die. Some might say it's cruel, and they are correct. But there's no space in my city for 1x1s here. They're fire hazards, they consume extra goods. I think even these 1x1s have got to go. And they lower my prosperity. I wonder, could you actually merge from here? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, they do. Excellent. Right, away you go then. Away you go. Some might say it's not quite the same without Nikki being the one to cry. When all is said and done, I'm going to take my favourite voices across the packs and keep those in. Nothing against Max's delivery, but he just doesn't quite capture the unbridled joy of kicking someone out of the home that Nikki affords me. Oh dear. And you guys didn't want to merge, did you? And, ooh, the attack is coming from an unexpected location. Fortunately, we can manipulate them. Thanks to this big old wall we built. And my armies are as full can be. So we're going to set up our javelin throwers here. I might just be able to arc some throws across this rock. Especially if this tiny bit of wall weren't there. I did bring you guys over, right? Good. Yeah, just look how fast these guys move compared to the heavy infantry that we've used in the past. It's magnificent in a way. This merger is god-awful. Could we get a better one, please? I compel you to give me better. They do not give me better. Would you rather merge then? And what of you? And what of any of that? We won't have the migrants coming in to check this for me just yet. We'll get around to it. All of you have let me down, so away you go, and away you go. So this ain't too shabby. I'm going to want some marketplaces to start stocking up on goods. Oh. Hey, it kind of works. Nice. So if they ever come into our kill zone, they just get pummeled by an endless sea of sticks. And if they ever get into engagement mode, the front javelin throwers can hold them off with melee, whilst everybody at the back just... Oh man, it's Pila for days. Our sticks will blot out the sun. Alright. It's not to say we faced no losses, but that was a fairly sizable army, and we cleaned them out no problem. I worry about attacks that come from more nefarious locations, however. And it looks like these guys are really crap at tearing down walls. My enemies, that is. Am I still stockpiling my fruits? Whoops. Please get those sold.
Y a pas de place pour ces maudustes choses n'importe où dans la ville.
So I have played, I believe, all of the Impression City Builders, Minth, Duck, and Caesar 3 is the only one I really like. And you know, mechanically they're all pretty much the same. It's just Caesar's theming is so strong. I love the Roman theming. Right, this is nowhere near as many places to live as I was hoping for. How many do we have right now? Well, we'll count it once we get any mergers here, which hopefully we do. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be the world's greatest pleb block, but it's still going to be our pleb block, so we'll make do with what we have. Hell, we'll get counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're perfect! I don't even want any of these guys to merge, but if they do, it allows me to take down a more troublesome merge like this point. And I will explain why if we get the merger. 37, that's perfect. Dang.
Gegroet. Zie je al die werkloze sloebers? Doe er eens wat aan.
Gegroet sloebers indeed, my Dutch friend. Gegroet sloebers. And, okay, so I was just talking about how brilliant it was that Rome would not jack up the wages. However, Rome has decided to jack up the wages by the maximum amount they can in a single go, 4. Whenever that event triggers, wages go up by up to 4. 1, 2, 3, or 4. 4 is the worst, and the earlier and more frequently that thing happens, the worst. But it means that wages will generally go up towards 45 expected. Oh, nice. Double merge. Well, that is perfect. Even more perfect than the last perfection we saw. Now I get to tear down 2 troublesome mergers that aren't in places that I like. I don't like you very much. I really don't like you. You're blocking a 2 and a 3 and a 2, so tearing you down, well, mostly gets me that 3. Actually, it doesn't give me the 3 because of this. I'm still going to tear you down, though. And is there another merger that I really do not like? What I mean by don't like is that they block more than what they really take up. I hate this merger, for example, because on its own it's a 2x2, but it's wasting this and this. If this merger weren't here, then I could actually fit 2 2x2 buildings in its place. Meaning deleting it is twice as efficient as deleting, say, this merger, which would only unlock 1 2x2. So that's the most sensible one to tear down, so I will tear down. So that gets rid of those 2, and now it's time to make a proper pleb block. Fortunately, well actually unfortunately, watering these guys is one of the hardest things to do thanks to this being a desert map. The water doesn't actually reach out far enough to water everybody. Thankfully, we can subsidize that with a reservoir right. Ooh, now there's no sense not doing this as pretty as can be. The reservoir could go hither, and that connects up the water chutes rather nicely. Now, getting all these people adequately watered is going to be a little tricky. But I wouldn't be God's gift to city building like I am if it weren't for being able to overcome these sorts of odds. You're going there. You also need a touch of watering. Water here will take care of practically all of you. Not just practically, it will take care of all of you. You will take care of the rest. That guy needs his own dedicated fountain unless I shove it over here where this prefect is. That prefect location is perfect for a fountain, so I'm sorry to say. Prefect is going. However, I think that prefect can stand to go because non-tents don't burn down at a moment's notice like the others. I'm going to put you there. That's a very ideal place for you. It reaches out to this one, meaning beyond that, I just need to reach out to the other guy there. These guys are a shame. However, they can get their own fountain here, here. That's quite nice for you. And you take care of the rest. Now, all of you should evolve rather nicely to large tents. You do not. Why? I actually missed you with all this water. Well, lucky you, you get your own dedicated watering. A little unhappy with the layout here. This can actually be migrated over there, so it doesn't actually cost me any workers, and gives me nice space for desirability boosters. And marketplaces, we have only one. That's tragic. 2, 3. 3 might be a little tough for these guys, especially since I need pottery over here as well. But I do plan on localizing pottery and having a getting pottery dude. So we'll make sure that our exports of pottery actually go all the way up to over 24. That seems obscenely high. And it kind of is. It really kind of is. Let's drop it down to 20. However, what is necessitated is a swear house over here. Caesar's still not very happy with me. Let's not Let's not say that everything's looking peachy just yet, and my money situation isn't great. But we'll get pottery down to these guys, and then all they're going to need are proper services, which I can give them. Unfortunately, I cannot make do with just theatre and amphitheatre because we don't have a gladiator school. I'd need to give them a coliseum and a theatre, and that's a little outrageous for a block like this. So I hate to say it, but these guys are going to remain Casa until I have access to a... Come on, words, we can do this. Access to a hippodrome, which I cannot afford yet. No way can I afford a hippodrome just yet. We don't really have a culture requirement, so I'm going to try slamming down a library here, a theatre there. I will want to tax them, even though it's not a lot of money, so I have a forum as well. And they need religion. I want to put it there. That's a good place for two 2x2s. That could have been good, but it's not. Ooh, this is perfect. If only there were another way out of this city. Which there is, actually. So this is going to be the religious center. Who should they be praising down here? I could migrate one of these, but it's probably better to keep the gods a little happier, so they'll be getting multiples. We don't want to cheese off Ceres, and we don't care about our blessing either, so Ceres can go over here. No access to Plaza, so desirability is going to be an issue, but I'll deal with that shortly. Okay, there we go. The first proper plebs are down. I can start tearing down my slum tents, and I will. I'm going to start with the 1x1s. We need to get a move on our prosperity. The 2x2s, I will come for you later, but make no mistake, I will be coming for you. There we go, we pulled ourselves out of a very, very grim start. And whilst nobody in chat is congratulating me for it, I don't need that. I know I've done well. Get out of here. Discount Swedes have no place in my Egypt. I like to think that my English is pretty alright, but if you were to plot me in the States, I wouldn't know what the first floor is, or if I can ask for buns and not get in trouble. Well, your first mistake is being dropped in the States, isn't it? Right, they are going and getting the pottery, as I told them to. In fact, I would say that there's nothing really wrong with the city. What do you think of it?
Tô indo ali buscar mais umas mercadorias, mais umas paradinhas.
Yeah, I'm working on the entertainment. Actually, I'm not working very hard at all on the entertainment. Still, it's very undesirable here. If I could just thunk down a nice... No, there's no... I didn't leave myself space in all this for large statues. I did purposely leave this for medium statuing, though, because I knew how undesirable this area was. However, that's maybe not the best place for it. I'd rather put it a little further back. Put a couple of you over here. This can be gardened up for relatively cheaper. You're going to go there, you're going to go there, and then once the grain starts really flowing, then we should be alright. Gardens. Gardens are pretty good, they cover up a multitude of sins in this game. Uh-oh. Heliopolis isn't going to buy pottery whatsoever, so the amount of pottery that I can export is really going down the drain. Heliopolis buys 0, Antiochia buys 15, and Iphias buys 25. Again, it doesn't make huge money, but it makes some money, and I like some money. Also, enemies are at the door. I still don't have the finances to consider building up legionnaires. The price of that would be outrageous. 16 times 250 to equip a single legionnaire unit. If I remember the price of iron correctly, which I may or may not. Alright, God knows what that librarian is up to. I don't think they're ever going to make a full loop around here. If they don't, I'm not going to bother moving him, I'm just going to subsidize it with a school. Please turn right. He did not turn right. Okay, I don't think these guys are ever going to get education unless I give them a school. I got no big deal giving them a school. I want them involved on the double. You hate where you live, and I don't blame you for it. But there's a good position for a medium statue right here. And that should upgrade a fair few of you. And there's a great place for some gardens here. And here. Really interested in getting these people upgraded to small casa. It's just a nice and simple... The red bricks look good, right? There are many justifications to want small casa. The red brick housing look is about as good as you could ask for it. You're gonna suffer for lack of access to... Ooh, religion doesn't actually get far enough to you. Hadn't considered that being a problem, but it is a problem. And I'm not going to give you your own dedicated religious place, so I think you're just going to have to go. And I can put whatever I want over there.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
You do that next. Are we still in Dunqul 1.0, or did Gamin de Toge call an end to the trial run? No, we beat back the boys in blue. Romance language has no power over us here in Egypt. These people are even getting access to pottery. This is rather nice. Giving these people access to additional entertainment and bathhouse is going to be a pain in my rear end. Mostly the additional entertainment. There's no good place for an amphitheater aside from perhaps here. And a bathhouse, I need to hope that it can go all the way from one location. If anything, I'm pretty impressed that the religion goes all the way around this. Didn't go here, but it hit everything else. What just happened there, by the way? Oh, that's bad. My income from oil just got shot a bit. I need to start taxing my people, even if it's only at 8%. And I'm going to pay them slightly more than Rome, just to offset any anxiety over that. And I'm probably going to tear down quite a bit of this slum to make up for it. Take care of you, and leave you for now. Just generally get rid of the innies. I'll keep a couple of innies just in case. But I want unemployment relatively low so people get considerably less angry at it. That should do nicely.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas. Garantia, ó, BR.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Relics.
Jag skulle inte ha något emot att pressa folk på dinarer hela dagarna. Om det bara fanns mer att göra här om kvällarna.
As you can see, we make chump change off of these casas, but we'll make more when they're filled up with higher population, and at least it's a start on some actual tax income. He says, trying desperately to see where his taxes in are. Nothing so far this year, I'll see about that. Right. It's not too shabby, but I'd be a lot happy if these guys were insulae, which, dare I say, incentivizes me to start work on a patrician block already. Madness this early into the run. I say that, not time-wise, but more in the evolution of my city. However, patricians would give me more money, and I already have all the goods they could want. I have wine, oil, furniture, pottery, and although it would be expensive to build it up, at least I'd rather have more like 8,000 denarii to work on that. And I'd like to have some goods left behind. These two goals conflict with each other, but time is on my side. Even if Gamin Toge Chialeux Illustre is not. Fortunately, he told me I would be needing to deliver him a lot of fruit, so I have a lot of fruit. Take it. Take it, you greedy beggar. And while we're at it, take some African ivory off of me. And now, he's not going to be extremely displeased in me much longer when that cartload of apples arrives to Rome, which shouldn't take that long, really. We're quite close to the Mediterranean. Just get it shipped over to Rome. Rome doesn't show up here, although it is a playable city. Nothing special about it. A location. The only thing a location does is choose who your trading partners are. You could, for all intents and purposes, make this Hierosolima a wet alpine place invaded by Celts or Germanics or whatever you want.
Ελπίζω να μην χάσω τη δουλειά μου. Η ενέργεια είναι τόσο υψηλή που δεν θα βρεις Καρλ.
But, you know, good map makers take into account the geography locations of where they put it. Or they don't care, which is another plausible outcome. Right. We're being attacked here. That's a little far away from my armies, but I have every confidence that they'll be okay. Something I didn't take into account is the fact that they could stroll up here and around to this, or just around to this in general. I would rather that were less of an option for them, so let's just wall this off while we know they're coming. And you guys take the high ground whilst everybody else marches into position. Now, heavy infantry would be very strong against Numidians, because heavy infantry have a massive resistance against thrown projectile attacks, and doubly so if you're in the tortoise formation. I don't think you get a range increase from being up top, although the fact that I'm actually hitting them from here tells me that maybe we do. Alright, this is pretty good. We should continue to have our sticks block out the sun. You guys provide backup for them if needed. Go, 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 my stick throwing brigade. Of course Rome wants weapons. One thing to keep in mind is that I do need to hit 80 favor with Rome to keep him happy. But I still don't want to give him weapons, it's far too expensive. There we go. Get right up there with the sticks. Now our lads are not academy trained, so they're really crap at throwing sticks, and they take a lot of damage easily, and their morale is a bit pants, but even so, we can have some faith it will be okay. And our hard-working Stockholmer accent, actually I think he went for, I'm not sure exactly what he was going for, but our tax collector.
Tjenare, jag är ny
No,
här.
not you.
Det här huset betalar verkligen så lite skatt att det är slöseri med min tid.
What could så lite skatt possibly mean? Oh, Ninja. Right. We are actually making a tiny amount of taxes. It's about 10% of the wages, but you have to believe that someday these taxes will help our city along. The main reason I want a patrician block is actually so I can turn this into small insulae, which pay a lot more taxes. Would gobble up a fair bit of that unemployment that I still have, though, as well. The people still love me, which is good, but even so, I'm thinking about that patrician block already. I said I wanted to wait until I had 8 grand, now I'm not so sure. No, Alpha did it in Japanese. In fact, we should see Alpha running around somewhere. Eyes peeled for... There he is. Uh-huh. Everybody doesn't have a job indeed. Right. Sorry, John, but I'm tearing down all this crappy scrubbery as I try to consider my patrician block. There is very little access to food, though. I think I overestimated the amount that I could squeeze out of these little fertile patches. But there's just this, which would need to feed my patrician block, pretty much. And what's left of this to feed the rest of the plebs, ooh, that could be a little tight. I do not want to use this. There's no win condition for me in doing that. It's just so open to attack. I don't want to use this whatsoever. We're going to have to squeeze out everything we can here. Fortunately, if there's one thing I'm pretty good with my fists, it's squeezing things out in terms of building cities. So what I could really do is set up easily another 2,000 worth of plebs fed here. I think I could. Oh, I think I could do more than that. Yeah. So we're going to have some additional plebs over here, but this is Patricianville. Now, that's a shame, because the desirability here is about as low as it can go, but that just means I need to put my services over here. Perhaps even my hippodrome over here. It's credible. It's wasting a lot of space thanks to that one fiendishly located fort. But it's not like I'd be building up other things there anyway. So with a hyperdrome here, I'm not going to build it just yet in case it turns to ashes on me or something. But with the hippodrome there, and it has some kind of access point there. Square 1, square 2, square 3, square 4, square 5, so I probably want that up 1, up there. 2, 3, 4, 5, right. And then, please don't double click on my mouse here. Alright, that seems feasible. Yes, 1, 2, 3 at least. Right, question. What kind of patricians are we going to have? It's a little ballsy to be asking that of chat, especially since this isn't the easiest of maps to begin with, but let's first consider what kind of patricians we can have. We have access to 3 types of food, I think. Can we actually import any food? Ooh, meat. Ooh, yes, I can import meat. So we have access to 3 types of meat, but only 1 type of wine. So we can have small villa, medium villa, large villa, and grand villa. Those are the 4 patrician types available to us. So sorry, Hentai Dad, we cannot have small palace, although I do like small palace. My favorite patrician is actually the medium palace, but that's not on the cards here. Well, the sensible thing to do is go for the best one, grand villa. So I'm just going to imagine someone asked me to do the grand villa, and we're going to do that. Twitch Metal said the most annoying ones. Well, grand villa wants the most desirability on a map that I can't have plaza on. Truth be told, small villa would be more annoying, but too bad. Very sad. Ooh, we could actually have a nice layout with markets along the hippodrome here. Do we have access to the Senate? We do. We have the Senate here, giving a lot of desirability. Large temples there. And yes, I think we can do this rather nicely. We're going to go around this rock, or rather, which way around this rock are we going to go? I don't want to make this loop much larger than it already is, but we might just go around it anyway. No, I don't think the walkers will be able to get around that. A very modest looking area for our patricians, but I think we could have a reasonable number of them around here. Could flank this with some nice statues, have patricians here, and here. How many could we have, actually? Could reasonably have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wouldn't be very unreasonable. Senate here, buildings, hippodrome. Grand Villa requires, and I forget exactly how much entertainment, but they're going to get 35 just from the hippodrome. But they need 50, so actually a single understaffed coliseum, or both a theatre and an amphitheatre, could take care of that. In a way, it's better for me to do theatre and amphitheatre, so I'll do that. Screw the hippodrome. Screw the coliseum. Oof. We do not screw the hippodrome around here. So. Labour access here. That's 3 of you there. 1, 2, 3 of you there. 1, 2, 3 of you there. I'll actually have this be where I start another one. You can come out to there. 1, 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 3 there. Somewhere along the line we can get stuff around the middle. I just want access for labour right now. We don't have any good 1x1s. No, we got good 1x1 spots right here. So engineer post and prefect. And another prefect? yes, because you cannot have too many prefects in this sort of situation. Especially right next to the hippodrome that we do not want burnt down. Well, I don't want burnt down, you might have different desires. Since we're about to start having our beloved... Yeah, Jake, English words, please. Our beloved patricians are coming along. We want to make sure that we actually have some resources for them. So we're going to make sure that we have 12 furniture, 12 oil, and even 12 bits of vino. And I'm actually probably going to want to up my production of it, but not just yet. Well, actually probably just yet. If we're going to start consuming it, we actually need to produce a little more of it. Scary thoughts, I know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But maybe. It's difficult. This building this is going to put me into debt again at this rate. Mostly because of that hippodrome, that bleeding hippodrome. I'd like the bathhouses pretty quickly, but the bathhouses come after the hippodrome. Where do you work? The big prefect line complex by the hippodrome. It's a cozy job, yes. And you're right, Pushkin, the desert maps have inflated fire risk. Now the fun thing about fire is that it actually grows randomly. It can go a long time without growing whatsoever, or it can just ping and 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 go all the way up. It's easiest to see if you have a huge amount of tents next to each other. But yeah, on desert maps you want utter armies of prefects. That is different from how damage works. Damage works completely predictably. These always go up at set times. There's nothing random about it. So you could have an engineer that just barely covers the city, and he'll work forever perfectly. So, engineering work, perfect. Prefect work, less perfect. The gods are getting displeased. It's actually a little tempting to start working with that, because I'm going to want to migrate my gods over here anyway. Ooh, double merger, that's good. Something else to consider is how we get water for these people. Well, I call them people, but... there, 1, 2, 3. Could I have it there? I don't think I could. And this is nice and cozy anyway, so I'm going to shove it there. How we get the water over to here is a different matter entirely. It's a complete drought, and it's going to have to go right through whatever plebs I have arranged here. But for now, we're just going to have to suck the proverbial lemon. I haven't even got my magical Roman water set up to be able to come down this side. That's not to say that I couldn't, but it is to say that I won't. It is a little awkward, though. I could have you come out and down and along here. Well, I don't need to water these people with any particular hurry, but what I do need to do is a lot of things, actually. I'm actually going to fire up that hippodrome. It should be nicely fire protected, and doing this is going to give a plus. Now I got to make absolutely sure this is positioned right, or else it's going to bite me in the bottom. There you go. Doing this and then adding a well-placed amphitheater here. Harder to do than it might seem, but there's an ideal space right here for it if I just engage in my favorite activity of magical Roman watering. That wasn't magical enough. Alright, I don't know if this amphitheater is going to reach all the way around here, but it can try. There you go. That'll eat up some unemployment, but it will allow me to up the amount that I tax, and that's something that I really want to do. In fact, I really do want to tax quite heavily now, so we're going to up the wine production, and up the oil production, and I wish I had the space to up the wood production, so I will make the space to up the wood production. This is going to be one overworked workshop, but too blidding bad for that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Not very fond about the location for the warehouses here. I'm just going to shove both of them over here. One of them is set to get pottery and furniture. The other one is set to get wine and oil. And the amount of pottery that I export, I mean, it doesn't change, but the limit does. I want it to be over 28. You're going to be the trade center, so the donkeys go there first for their pottery. Hopefully. It doesn't always work that way. Of course, the goods that I want to import are getting more expensive. I really hope these guys transform into small insulae so I can start taxing them till they die. God, I'm going into the debts here, which isn't great. Risk of fire should not be so bad around here. At least that's the hope. Distant battle. For whatever reason, you're not getting any employment, which is bad. Really quite bad, in fact. Come on. I'm actually at a loss for how you're not getting employment. It shouldn't be that hard to get worker access. I'm sure they will eventually, though. I'll know because my unemployment will take a nosedive. People are extremely pleased with me. Well, not when I get my tax work underway. Okay, the amphitheater worker needs to make better blocks than that. Please continue the loop, please. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. These people all get amphitheater access. What's not so perfect is enemies at the door. I really need to not be attacked from here, so I'm going to wall it up. And yes, I know how much this is hurting my wallet. I'm going to send Toge Boy a gift in 3 months if I remember to, and he's not going to like the lack of weapons either. You know, local attacks are one of the worst things that can be sent my way, but the price of iron is just so prohibitive.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
What's he saying?
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
We all know that in English he says, "You again." But I don't speak this new weird language here. I'm going to shove some houses here just because we seem to be lacking access for you. It's going to be a bit painful to get labor access to you, but we shall try. These prices are hurting. I really need I need this I need this working. It's not getting access to employees, which is hurting me pretty badly. This is the walker that's getting or trying to get labor access for the hippodrome. He walks this far. I just wanted to walk over to here. If he just rubs against this, we're okay. But he doesn't. He only goes that far. Right. Temporary measures needed. I'm just going to set this up right next to those prefects. I'll never be able to make that desirable enough, so that's just going to have to do for now. But then, once that's working, all of these, who hopefully all have access to the bathhouse, they do. Wow, despite this complicated loop, the walkers are working just fantastically for it. Now, they need some delicious gardens. Some need them more delicious than others. Tell you what, they could actually really do with a large statue, but my money situation is grim. Really rather grim. And this is right in the way of any good statuing, and I can't have oracles, which are really good for desirability. I guess I could get rid of you and have a medium statue here. And I could potentially migrate this fountain to here, to have a statue there. The statue might not do as much as the gardens, though. It would help in some other ways, at least. Yeah, as expected, they still want better desirability here. That's a difficult thing to offer them without plaza. Oh, look at that. All these guys sprung up because now we have the Hippodrome operational. I am, however, in ultra debt, and Toge Boy's not happy with that. Fortunately, Greek manuscript will keep him relatively on my side. Relatively. We need some good exports done, you know. Oh god, we have so many population that the gods are getting a little irritated with me, so we're going to start up appeasing them. A temple to Neptune will be a great start for that. Temple which I kind of want here, because it'll be very good for propagating desirability even further, rather than here. But that comes with its own problems, so I'm still going to stick you there. Whoa, why are you not happy now? Did the... Oh, the Hippodrome didn't work for very long, but now it should work fine. Oh, even better since you merged. Good, look at that. These guys are such a pain. In fact, a lot of these guys do not have the desirability that I need. Fortunately, though, I can put in more small or medium statues. Courtesy of this loop just working very well. They're still not working because this bleeding Hippodrome is struggling to get employees. Please struggle a little less and work a little harder. We're not making a lot of exports courtesy of stockpiling a bit of it for the patrician block.
Még soha nem mentem elleni munkanélküli állampolgárnője.
Okay, come on now. Work better. This is actually making life a little undesirable for some of these people, and the risk of fire is not that great, so I don't mind tearing you down. Especially if it means I can put in a small statue there to boost desirability a touch more. That's a little bit, but it's not enough. Very difficult to get the desirability over here. Should have considered that when I built up here, shouldn't I? Funnily enough, a large statue here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I don't think I'll quite be able to reach. It could be a little tricky, actually. At the expense of one merger here, I could put in a large statue here that would solve all my problems. But is there not a more elegant solution somewhere? Oh god, this poor guy. He's not very happy, even though he's got the Grand Temple right next to him. These people probably feel the same way. Good, more of that, more of that. Largely looking okay. Unemployment is still sky high though. Oh, the gods are getting really cheesed off at me though. Mercury, Mars, and Venus, we do not want them unhappy. So actually, Mercury, Mars. Yeah, I'm well aware of the turbo debt here. I might shove Venus over here for the hell of it anyway. Especially over there to block the negative impact of the reservoir. Oh, but I'm out of marble. And as we know, marble costs an arm and a leg. And Mercury just threw away some of my goods. I don't know where from, but we know we're not happy with that. Okay, well we're out of turbo debt at least. We don't want to be in turbo debt at the turn of the month. That's the worst time to do it. Truthfully, it's one of the only bad times to be in turbo debt. No crutches on this map. There are very few crutches to be had here. I suppose the fact that the enemies are quite weak could be considered a bit of a crutch. I want to block this off. Don't want to give anybody any ideas of coming into here. Right, once it's January, I'm going to import that marble, make the gods see things my way, and then, hey, there we go. To hell with whatever Toge Boy says. He will not be happy, but that's a given. Oh, even with this thing going, I have a load of unemployment. I need a lot of people working. How do people feel about me? Do they hate me? They're very pleased, but that it is trending down. So I think what I need to do is I need to really start feeding these these guys. So, we've decided we're going to have grand villas. We can't have an unlimited amount of them, but we should be able to have quite a few of them. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I guess? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 8. So that's 800 people. That's 1 wheat farm, 2 fruit farms, plus whatever we import. Actually, that's quite low on the amount of food that they need. That's a 1. Yeah, actually that could come into here rather nicely, couldn't it? Don't know what that's going to do for our loop, but we can consider that in the future. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. A little awkward for a number of reasons. Could we do this a better way? Tell you what, I can actually just turn you off altogether, or just repurpose you. Honestly, I would like to have some extra wheat. Yeah. More wheat is good wheat. I'll reposition these farms later on, but for now this is fine. And they're going to come down into a granary. That's actually a nice place for it, but it comes with its own problems. Good chance workers get lost in the granary, which is always a pain. Even so, granary. This one's going to take the wheat. And this one's going to take fruit. We'll let that build up for a bit. And of course we wouldn't dream of having this without an additional engineer and prefecture, just to keep all this safe from burning to ashes. Not be too far off the bat with 2 of you.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
Yes, not even January over and Caesar's already mad at me, but that's because I got the temple to build that Venus, the marble to build the Venus temple. That should keep our people relatively happy up to a population of about 4,000 or so, but beyond that we could be in trouble. Yeah, that said, I'm still going to stop the imports. We need to stabilize our economy through heavy taxation. More Swedish than we think around here, aren't we? These guys still represent a problem. How in the world do I get their desirability high enough? Even if I replaced that market with something else, it would not suffice. And there's just no space for increasing desirability here. I've already used everything I can think to use. And there's no way I want to keep them in this crappy low level. I'd rather purge one of them. Even though I don't want to do that either, because it's all a very nice solution here. I'm trying here. I'm trying hard, and I've got nothing. And when even your hardest isn't good enough, that means you just got to go crunch and evict some Swedes.
Det här huset betalar verkligen så lite skatt att det är slöseri med
Så
min tid.
lite skatt. Alright, how much do we get per building per month? 6 denarii. Well, that's pretty pathetic. I would be a lot happier if I made a lot more than that. Unfortunately, Rome just raised the wages even more. And the people are still not that pleased with me, but I'm going to raise taxes to 11% regardless. Still need water over here, but it's all for naught if we don't have these operational. I'm going to put some dreaded tent labor here, just so these people get, just so this granary gets access, because it's currently struggling on that. Like I said, people getting lost in the granary is a real problem. I'll probably have plebs rub up against this when I finish building something else here, just to make it work better. For now, though, We need that, oh, it is going in. We may not actually need, crappy housing here. I'd be happier if we didn't have it. Yeah, there we go. As long as this is active for a little bit, we can still shove those grains and whatnot in. I like my marketplaces being next to the Hippodrome. I think it just looks good. The goods are piling up here, which means we can get back to exporting it, which is lovely. And the gods are relatively happy. I'm a little tempted to bend the knee to Neptune, hoping to fish for another blessing, but I can't remember if I ever made him displeased or not. This is nice though. There we go.
Det här huset betalar verkligen så lite skatt att det är slöseri med min tid.
This is such a funny line. I don't know if it's funny if you're not Swedish, maybe it's more sad. But as a bona fide Swede, I can assure you that it is very funny. Just gonna get rid of that. This one prefect can. He's really chipping away at that marble column. I'm surprised he's not requesting marble off of me. But no, he just wants weapons. Well, that could be a problem. Like in Pharaoh, the gods are mad. Build more temples and then here, take my blessing. Yeah, well, the blessings vary wildly in their effectiveness. Mercury is essentially useless. Venus is essentially useless. Ceres is essentially useless. Mars can save your life in an invasion. And Neptune can save your finances. And their curses are similarly either devastating or pointless. So actually Venus can be quite devastating because she can make people sick and force fumigation and emigration. Mars has this pathetic attack that he sends at you, but it's awful if it's at the very start of the game before you have an army. Mercury has a terrible one where he rains fire from the skies and burns down your granaries and your warehouses. Neptune sinks all of your ships, which is by far the worst one if you're trading and fishing, but it's laughable if you're doing neither. Ceres making all of your farms completely fallow is, again, if you farm a lot, a huge pain. If you don't farm at all, you just laugh it off. And early game, you're usually not farming. Well, I am usually not farming at all early game. I don't really know how I'm going to have this come down in the long run, so we're going to do a short run approach. Like that. It's a bit hideous, I know. We'll make sure that there's access points here, 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 and here, and here, just so we're never at any risk of blocking the road to Rome. Don't ask where this water goes. We know how things work around here. Unemployment is way too high. I really need to get my act together on that. I have not left myself a lot of good spaces for... screw it. I know it's May, but let's go big or go home on the expenditure. I am going to just start throwing down the things that these people need. Includes an academy. Did I say an amphitheater? I think I said an amphitheater. They're going to want a doctor. They're going to want a barber. They're going to demand baths off of me. I got... this is a better place for 3x3 rather than any kind of 2x2 nonsense, but there's no other 3x3s I'd want to build. This is a decent place for 2x2 though. They will want a theatre somewhere. That's good enough for theatre. They're going to want a library. They are going to want... I haven't given them a school yet, have I? 3, 1, 2, 3. Schools are undesirable neighbours. Putting it there is a bad idea, but at least it's definitely going to reach everybody because school kids have a pathetically low range. Otherwise...
Ces abus doivent cesser!
And Caesar, you sent me here. Why are you getting so mad? Oh my days. I can kind of see why he's opening every letter with I am most displeased. By the way, I haven't saved all map. We're going to change that. DDR, Jake, Dunqul, stream, so I know it's in progress. I like this naming convention. Your name and then the name of the city. It just helps sort things out massively. Because especially when you have lots and lots of saves, it's good to know, oh, here are the Troglou saves, here's Whisperwind, here's Bruegel, Cicero, and then just my saves. Otherwise, you just end up with a mess proconsul, procurator, praetor, plebeian, logistica, jost. Nah. Have a naming convention, it'll go a long way. Right, I was hoping to soak up the unemployment with these buildings. All I've really done is soak up people's happiness with me. But speaking of soaking, how about we soak some people in some... Ooh, you were just out of range there, my little dudes. You're meant to give me access to labor. Instead... Do I do away with them? That seems like a bad idea on its own. I'll put you there for now. Put you there for now. I'll put you there for now. And have that there and get rid of you. Good to see the markets are grabbing goods. Always more goods to be grabbed. It should be very desirable thanks to the large temples alone, and plus the Senate, I suppose. I'll have to figure out where I can sneak in my own personal home, but rest assured I will sneak it in. I firmly believe in having a nice personal home in these sorts of affairs. It's undesirable next to this granary. That's actually going to be a difficult thing to overcome, but not an insurmountable thing. We'll figure it out. This... Oh god. Oh, double god. Ooh, in an unusual place, because you're going to have a hard time getting to me from there. I'm not under immediate threat of another attack either, so we can essentially attack these people however we want. And the previous stick throwing past the rocks thing worked well. By the way, if you're thinking about taxing these people, the Senate sends out a tax collector, but I will check to make sure that he's working properly. It's not a big investment to put down a forum, even if it just makes sure that your people are definitely always paying their taxes, and you always want them paying their taxes. Well, some people want to pay opposite taxes. I knew this was coming because I still had high unemployment, but I was taxing my people a little too aggressively. I'm going to continue to tax them aggressively, but I'm actually going to increase wages considerably higher than Rome's. 8 above Rome is optimal. Anything above that gets no further bonus to how much they like you. I hope they don't come to me to the south here. I'm going to double reinforce this wall in case they get any funny ideas. Yeah, maybe triple enforce. It's quite important that they don't break through. Uh-oh, uh-oh. They're actually sending a lot of people here. This could be a problem. But have faith. Our sticks are pointier than theirs and we can throw them harder. It's starting to get to the point where even all these temples is not enough to keep these people happy. However, if the map maker gives me access to large statues, I have quite high confidence in my abilities to pull through on desirability. Of course, they're not free, and Toge Boy has to write the check. Nobody writes checks anymore, but Toge Boy still has to. That's probably why he's so angry. It's like, I don't even know my own signature. Blah! What is my PIN number? Blah! Ooh, this could be a problem if they start coming through this wall. Ooh, and they are coming through that wall. Ah, that's some good. Oh boy, I don't want them coming this way. Come over here instead, my stick-throwing friends. I need to double reinforce this wall. This was a weakness that I didn't even notice. Yeah, of course, because I used to have a wall here, but I tore it down for this furniture workshop that isn't even bleeding working. Harumph. Oh well. Okay, in come the stick throwers. There we go. Now, don't get me wrong, I would have legionnaires on this map if it wasn't so absurdly expensive to be building weapons. But I don't want to hammer the point home too hard, but 240 per iron, which I then need to manufacture into weapons, and you need 1 weapon unit per per legionnaire. Now, it could bite me in the bum. If I get a particularly aggressive attack that I can't actually deal with stick throwing, then I'm doomed. But I would rather invest everything I can into having some good economy than sink all that money into legionnaires. Because especially if you take losses on legionnaires, you gotta pay to replace them. And that's not free either. Of course you do, Rome. Fortunately, giving Rome my fruit is nice and easy, and I was warned ahead of time that he will want my fruit, so this is no big deal. It was anticipated, and I should even have that fruit handy. No, I don't. That's okay though, we're just going to set fruit onto stockpile and hopefully not forget about it later like we did last time. Hey, look at the Grand Insulae. Now, look at the fact that we don't actually have any meat. Now, how am I going to handle that? I'm going to handle it by having you import the meat and this place accept the meat. And by this place, I mean, I'm actually going to switch these around. The wheat farm should be able to get there and back, no problem. So, my thought is that the meat goes into here, and then he's able to throw it into this granary quite quickly. So quickly, in fact, that it won't matter too much that the fruit farms are here operating. But I also do need to set myself to import.
Ces abus doivent cesser.
Yes, angry Toge boy. I'm working on it. They're waiting on wine to evolve, and great. Oh, I forgot the hospital. Jeez, that was a very basic thing to forget, but I still forgot it. We can maneuver these fountains at our leisure, but I do want the hospital in a very central place because the hospital has a very bad habit of not going as far as you want it to. And kind of wish I could shove a large statue here. It would help out a lot with desirability needs. And if I want it, I will have it. Shove you over here and get rid of you. And it's October. I don't want to throw too much debt in Toge Boy's face, because if we are in debt at the turn of the year, he gets really angry. So let's try and address that anger with some Persian slaves as quickly as we can. Doctor's going to go over there, and then they should have everything to become very big and happy. And that will make me happy. Shove in some tasteful gardens. I didn't actually intend on bringing these guys up to villa level. And there we go. Large villa number 1. We want a few of these. He's going to wait on the meat, and Lucky is unloading his meat on me right now.
L'entrepôt est juste en train de décharger la marchandise de mes bêtes.
Whatever that meant, I'm sure it was good. Yes, Caesar, you're not getting those weapons. I don't care how desperate either of us are. Well, I might at some point, but I don't right now. Yeah, desirability without plaza can be tough, but I am tougher. Now we have some new voice lines to hear. Patricians and charioteers.
Khu vực này có khả năng xảy ra tội phạm.
Es gibt so viele Arbeitslose. Ich überlege nicht, woanders hinzugehen.
Maluco, essa taxa de desemprego tá alta demais. Tá difícil até pra eu manter meu trampo, tio.
Sound like your problems and not mine, my friends. Hopefully you're not about to devolve. It doesn't look like you... Oh, you are. Right, that's a bit of a problem. A solvable problem. This would be a lot better to have a medium statue in. Especially if I can move my fountain just back a little bit. Lite bit. Så lite skatt. Come on, before that devolves to... Okay, good. Yeah, before that devolves to medium... Oh, damn it did. Right, that's a problem. A solvable problem. Although I don't want to build this. I really don't want to build this. I mean, in the end, you're going to need some desirability here. So I'll just put that over there instead. Hope that'll work. Come on, grow. Absorb those other guys. Oh, crap. You're not going to be absorbing diddly since you don't have access to a fountain anymore. There you go. Come on. Don't let me down. I need you to grow back up and swallow these guys. Oh, God, they're not happy at all now. And I'm in December and I'm in debt, so Toge Boy's going to hate this, but too bad. I want my patricians operational and I want them taxed. Taxed until they cry. Do. It's a really terrible place for you. So we're gonna get 3 and 3 here, but not a good place to set this water up for them behind. Oh, actually, the water could be migrated over to there as soon as you grow big enough, so that'll do for now. It's a good way to gate in your size as well. Okay, right, it might look really bad, and it's about to go really bad because I'm going to turn the month and not pay Caesar's tribute. However, if this this Grand Insulae is a pain, it's going to be very, very difficult to make his land desirable. I might just keep him as a modest villa. Don't grow. Okay, right. That actually makes a reasonable amount of sense to keep as a medium villa. It provides labor and it doesn't consume too much of anything. Well, goods quite a bit, but if I could make it a large... No, I can see no reasonable way to make you a large villa. If you grow to large villa, you're going to absorb a lot of stuff that actually gives you desirability, making you ultimately very undesirable. So no, that's going to have to do. You naturally hate where you live. I'm going to statue you up in Caesar's expense. But we can undo some of the damage done to Caesar's unhappiness by sending him off those fruits that he wants and continuing to export. And my city does actually look a bit like that. It actually looks a bit better than that, courtesy of my patricians here. Some of the patricians could, some of the prefects could go, yeah, they could. I am quite paranoid about my my city here, though, so if I can keep them, I'd rather keep them. Come on, grow, grow. You're so close to growing just a little bit more. I mean, a medium statue here wouldn't go amiss for you. You'll probably want even more than that at some point. But we're getting the meat in. I thought we were getting the meat in. We're not. There we go. That'll get the meat flowing. Oh god, did you... I think you grew and then shrunk? I didn't actually want you to shrink. It might be because this became a not crappy thing. Anyway, I think I might just purge the medium insulae and keep the medium villa there. That's painful in a few ways, but oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Nobody said you could get that low. There you go. Oh god! Now they're out range of the water fountain, which is itself a bit of a pain. Crumbs. Now I shouldn't have gotten rid of the other ones. Oh well. That's how it goes sometimes. There you go. You'll grow and absorb what's left of that, I'm sure. That's right. At least I have some large villas. People are quite pleased with me, despite my high taxes and reasonable unemployment. These guys are giving me chump change. Your change is a little less chumpy.
Jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
Loves a scat. Scat, of course, meaning tax in Swedish. But you knew that. Right, just trying to get the patricians up and on the go before we die to ultra debt, because the economy in this map is rough and tough and dangerous. I'm going to purge even more of Tent Town, because the unemployment is painful for us. Wow, you are really going to bad places. And you, I'm sure, would grow if you had the space for it. Actually, I kind of shot myself in the foot with the positioning of this, because now, how do I water you, but give you space to grow? The answer is with great difficulty, but not impossibility. Yobara. Do yet more Roman magic here. And some might say this is even more scandalous doing it on the very nice cobble roads. Wrong. They're also not right. There you go. Give little places to walk through for the cart pushers so they can actually get out and get their goods nice and easily. And that will allow me to finally put a fountain where I wanted one over here. Should have done this years ago. And that means you can go, say, well, anywhere here, but this seems like the best spot. It's going to water damn near everything and not limit places' growth. And then you go, and that allows you to regrow. Now your problem is how undesirable this land is. If I make you grow more, you're going to actually find things even less desirable. But sometimes you just got to take these risks. Grow and then don't shrink. Don't shrink, don't shrink, don't shrink. Good, they're not shrinking. And now I want you to grow a whole lot. Having significant troubles with money for some reason. Couldn't possibly explain why. We're going to up taxes to 14%. Oh, yabara. Taxman is continuing to do the loops around here. The main problem is we don't have enough people in here. Even though you have patricians, you actually need to have people inside them to enjoy the money. And I do like the money. Love to just have you evolve a bit more, but actually I think we're just going to have you maybe just be a medium villa like that. You would love to grow, so I will let you grow. And you have water as well, so please grow. Don't cause devolution, please, especially not your own devolution. Oh, this is looking really good. If I could just have population move into tax, we should be okay. But my main problem is, if I remain in debt for much longer, Toge Boy... Actually, if I'm in debt in October, Toge Boy is going to be on my case. I don't really want to raise taxes much higher because my people are going to flip, but I need the money, and I need it really badly. Importing all these goods is not free. Re-export the fruit. I'm pretty sure I set it to re-export. Yes, I did. Yeah, I mean, we are exporting. It's just we've had a huge surge of investment and our wages are through the roof thanks to Rome increasing the expected wage.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
I actually think Toge Boy is going to order my arrest, and it's going to be a much harder fight next time. Oh boy. Well, I have to hope that he has the manners to... Oh, no, Denari's looking okay. We just need more exports like that, please. Tell you what, it's a desperate time. I'm gonna drop the amount that we're holding exports back by immensely, just to shift more goods. Maybe not the pottery, that could have a real chain reaction, and not a good one. This fountain needs to move. Unfortunately, I've not given myself any good place to move it to that can still water you. I'm going to do something a little tricky for just a slight moment here, and I hope it doesn't backfire. Okay, there we go. Oh, Rome actually rose the price of fruit. That was nice of them. I destroyed the road temporarily just to give these guys water to grow, and then the moment he grew, he was within range of this. So I hope these two never devolve, or else that's going to be a problem for me. But this looks like a relatively good and stable patrician block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I did say I'd go for 8. I just wish a small villa could be a little bigger and better. Sure enough, I could move the prefects. They don't have a huge negative effect on the property value, but they also stop this whole place from burning down, which is a pretty good service. Not so sure I want to make that kind of investment right now. But can we really not shove any kind of nice looking things over here? This could be a medium statue if I could just... Alright. Get rid of that. Move the water over here. Turn this into a medium statue. Shebang. Medium villa time. Medium villa time. I'm not going to push that any further though. Medium villa will have to do. Am I reading your tags right, says DDD. Never dreamed to see this day. Oh, you should have seen the Brazilian tags we had before. I appear to still be in debt. No amount of giving Toge Boy gifts is going to stop him from coming crashing down on me if I'm still in debt in October. So we need to desperately dig our way out. And those taxes are making people very unhappy with me. They say they're pleased, but that's a lie. They are quite unpleased with me. If you could kindly buy my goods, beloved tradespeople. God, I'm tempted to stop imports just to try and dig myself out of debt here. Yeah, it's more important that we just dip out of debt for even a moment. Not even going to take in meat for this. There we go, just buy what I have, get me out of debt, and then we'll be okay. Oh god, it's August and our denarii did not shift in a very good direction for me. Come on, trade donkeys.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
2 months, get me out of debt, please. I'm not panicking, but I am opening this up so they have an easier way in. People are pleased with me, good, but I need money, not pleasure. Oh god, right, we might just be able to dig ourselves out of debt at the turn of the month. What with our extremely high taxing, keeping us barely alive. Oh, buy that fruit, buy that fruit. Oh, you're leaving me short, right. This is where my own personal money is going into the city to just barely keep us in the black. Whew. Don't worry, on paper, we are fiscally viable. There we go. Oh yeah, Christ, never thought I'd be so happy to see grain getting bought up. Okay, right, that's nice. Let's turn the month while still in the black, and then we're going to re-enable imports. I can get Toge Boy, is that... Oh no, oh no. We were too late, favor did fall to 10. How did that happen? City was in debt on October, but I think in September we still went down to 10. Okay, well that's pretty terrible. That's really terrible. Right, Toge Boy's getting those goods. I can't give him a gift because I just gave everything to the city. Exports are going to go back over 12, and I need to desperately defend our city. And I mean desperately. Were these at 12 or 16? I think they were at 16 before. Yeah, Toge Boy could come and flatten my city right now. It's quite likely even. Because his second attack is much heavier than his first, and the third attack is much heavier still. Let's get all these coming in. I could have Mars help me out. I think I cheesed off Mars not too long ago. So if I come crawling to Mars, he might just help me out. I'm going to shove the Mars temple over here. At least that way I don't need to tear it down if this stuff ever gets torn down. We're going to need to wall up a bit more here. And I may need to reenact the ancient privilege. Hopefully I don't have enemies at the door. I've got enemies right on my door. Right, well, I'm going to save up in case this all goes peak-tong. When's the next invasion due? Enemies were at the door April this year, so they're due any point next year. Also, I'm still charging ultra tax, which people are not very pleased with, so let's drop it down to 14 or so. Yeah, this is really bad. Getting Toge Boy on my side won't be so simple. Now, at least, well, because I've only got 20 years. 20 years of getting his favor up won't be easy. Also, he's about to be even unhappier because I'm not giving him those weapons he asked for. Also... oh, damn. Oh, double damn. That is the last place I wanted that happening. That could spread and burn down a lot of things around here. So we are going to ensure that it does not. Even the warehouse is going. I am flabbergasted that happened. We have a prefect right here. Guess we need another one.
Đám lửa này nóng khủng khiếp.
No prefecturing without a road. Did I tear this road down or something? I think I did. Ooh, that's the road I tore down unwittingly. That'll explain why the granaries were empty too. Uh-oh, whoops, I made this devolve as well thanks to that, which is really not something I want to do. There we go. Yeah, I saw the engineer walk here, so I'm sure this is a road. Yeah, there we go, active again. Funny, I thought there'd be enough. I'll tell you what, enough of all this. I deserve myself a nice little house for everything I've done. I was really hoping that would make you evolve. I'm unsure what your problem is. That's not what I want. I want gardens here. Come on, re-evolve for me, pretty please. And if you still won't, I'm going to have to give you a medium statue here. Wait, prefects are Vietnamese? I didn't know we had any in chat. Well, now you do. Oh, they like my city!
Khu vực này có khả năng xảy ra tội phạm.
Jo, eigentlich așa este levantă.
Salutări! Acest oraș este condus destul de bine.
Diese Stadt ist ein ganz netter Ort.
It's often how we preface a complete collapse of my city. Is Ninja around to tell me how great my city is?
Khu vực này có khả
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från
No, he's
rika
just
hus
thinking
som det
about
här.
scat. Right, how about the bathhouses? Come on, come on.
Diese Stadt ist ein...
Ting ser ud til at fungere bra her.
Brilliant.
Έδινας αυτή την πόλη 8 στα 10.
God, everyone likes my city.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Right, the only problem... oh, well, that's another problem. The only problem, aside from the other problems, is that Toge Boy wants to level my city. I don't want Toge Boy to level my city. We'll keep taxes at a reasonable percentage right now. I need to keep him happy. And he's really not very happy. Your slow progress towards meeting the goals that Rome has set annoys the Senate and has reduced your fit. What do you mean by slow progress? I'd say I've made pretty good progress, but I suppose that's for me to say and them to disagree with.
Personnalisée e pas si pire que ça.
Salutări! Acest oraș este condus destul de bine.
Sabe que essa cidade até que é ajeitadinha?
I do want to tax them harder, that much is true. 14% is pretty good. If my unemployment were even lower, I'm pretty sure I could go up to 25, and I'm a little tempted to go 25 anyway. Screw it, we'll just go 25 and wait for them to get angry with us. Which they will, but for now it should be fine. But Toge Boy's favor is the biggest problem right now. He has given me another while to get those weapons that he's after. What I could actually do, much as I don't want to do this, is actually fulfill that for him. It's gonna cost a bundle. How long do I have to do it? 22 months. Do-do-do-do. This oil workshop isn't even working properly. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Here's an idea. Take iron, take weapons, and painful though this may be, import some iron and make those weapons. Then we'll get Caesar just enough. Yeah, you accept the weapons, you accept the iron. It's going to be painful on the costs, but we'll make a little bit of iron weapons just to keep Caesar happy, because I really need him not to invade me. Oh, I really need him not to come. But he's probably going to come knocking.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
There's no way Brelix is just sitting with his lines, he's embellishing something, I can feel it. Right, I'd really like the invasion of the stick throwers to be done with, so I can focus on more pressing matters. I'm gonna wall this in further. I think I'm getting a little too complacent on the possibility of attack. Now I'm pretty safe on this side. At least it buys me some time if they start coming through here, although they can really chew through your defenses. This is fine because I have a long way to go anyway. Even so, those pajama warriors can really leg it, so let's be extremely safe with that. I mean, our units are fast, but the Pajama Warrior native uprisings are so quick. They're really weak, but they're just so fast. If you get blindsided by them, it's just kiss your run goodbye, and I have kissed my run goodbye. Will we accept the meat? Did I not reset meat to importation? Oh, I import meat. We should be fine on that. Looks good to see these grand villas, though. They pay decent tax. Look at that, 116 so far, and it's only March. However, the people are not best pleased with me. They're pleased, but not best pleased.
Der Stadt scheint es gut zu gehen.
Khu vực này rất nguy hiểm.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Oh, is he happy? No, he's not happy because he's about to give me some iron, but whenever Lucky does come to give me some iron, he's going to be very happy. He's going to get some incredible rates for it.
L'entrepôt est juste en train de décharger la marchandise de mes bêtes.
Damascus sells me iron, he doesn't sell me anything else, so as soon as Damascus comes in, we're going to be paying hand over foot for that iron. Okay, well, at the very least, I could give Toge Boy a gift as soon as I have something resembling money. Really happy to see these looking stable. Bit of an awkward block thanks to the rocks in the way, but it's working out fine. If I didn't have access to statues, this would be considerably harder, but what gets me is that there are all these grand temples, and it still wasn't enough to keep them all incredibly desirable. Very surprised by that, in fact. This is unpleasant. These prefects are marching in unison. Okay, this is kind of good. We're getting this fight out of the way. Oh, and look where they are. Right. If they're going to throw sticks at us, then we're going to have an endless amount of sticks to throw at them. Just hope I don't get blindsided here, but at least I have walls to prevent any such complications. Right, do you think you can bait some of them out with your stick throwing techniques? I want them coming here ASAP. There we go, that's quite good. Come get some! Oh, come on. Forget pajamas, these guys have come in their undies and nothing else. Yeah, eat the wall of sticks, these guys won't know what hit them. The iron is starting to flow, just a little trickle for now, but that'll be sufficient. Why are you sitting there?
Qui est pas si pire que ça.
I get a little bit more weapons going just in case. Lovely. That's keeping things nice and easy for me. Right, with the iron that I have stored up, that should be enough to keep Toge Boy happy. I want to get a little bit more into the black before I import more of the black. We'll get the weapons stored up there for Toge Boy, and we should keep him off our back with that, especially if I eventually get enough money to send him a gift that says I'm sorry for not meeting your unfathomable demands. Was that emigration? Time for new voice lines. Yeah, we don't. I don't think it was emigration. I certainly didn't notice any. We had emigration earlier, but they were annoyed because of the tent, and you don't get that line voiced in the game, sadly. Well, if I kept taxes high, they'd eventually complain about the taxes, but actually, surprisingly, people are still pleased despite my 25% tax rate. It's because I'm keeping unemployment low for the first time ever. The reason unemployment is low is because I only have... oh, bollocks. Well, thankfully the stick warriors have been and gone, but this is still a grave threat to the city. There's a high chance Toge Boy's about to level me here. My sticks aren't going to cut it. The ancient privilege, on the other hand... Did I ever get that Mars blessing? Mars is exalted, but I don't recall getting his blessing. I clearly didn't anger him enough previously. Right. Well, we're going to lower that unemployment even more. I'm a job creator, if nothing else. Fortunately, prefects have a hell of a walking... well, maybe not a hell of a walking distance, but it's decent enough. They're going to sap the... sap all the workers they need out of this one small crummy tent. That might give me unemployment in some sectors, which is its own risk, actually. There we go. Unemployment goes and goes and goes, and yeah, now we have a problem. I'm actually going to cut you down because the need for grain isn't that high. And I'm tempted to lower the amount of pottery. Did pottery price go up or down there? Down, right. Well, now pottery is not such a commodity that I want to create lots of, so I'm going to cut down on its production by getting rid of you, and you, and you. And that'll leave 4 and 2, which is fine, and it gives me the unemployment that I need to defend my city. Here we go. Bring at least some of them in. Bloody Egyptians, right. They don't like my tax rate, but we are back in the black, so I can drop this down to 14 relatively safely. Oh, no, don't go through that wall. I need that wall there. Oh, my peace rating's gonna suffer from this, and I don't have time to let my peace rating suffer. I always knew the positioning of my industry would bite me in the bum someday. Oh, my mighty prefects and sticks! You are the only hope for me. Can we hear our...
phòng thủ của thành phố đáng lẽ không được để kẻ địch lọt vào.
Nick not fang.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào.
Yeah, of course there's no sign of crime. The entire Roman army is here.
Hệ thống phòng thủ của thành phố đáng lẽ không được để kẻ địch lọt vào. Thành phố này cần rất nhiều người lao động.
It's not the time to be complaining about our lack of workers, I think. Oh, dearie me, right, we need to steadily retreat here. Heavy infantry will tear us to shreds. To shreds, I say. Let them get a little taste of us, because then they'll actually deal with my prefect army.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
It's not the time, Toge Daddy. Sticks against the might of Rome. It's like that epic rap battle of history. I mean, Zulu's a bit far off here, but it's still sticks and stones versus the might of the Roman army. Even so, we need to stockpile this fruit. Something I really like about this this scenario that I've been given is the sheer spectrum of trade goods that I need to concern myself with. Because I need to import to create raw material, to create manufacturing materials, there's a lot of import concerns, including for a third type of food. And just about everything needs touched on. In fact, it's not just about every single trade good needs to be considered for this run. Timber into furniture, and oil from olives, and vines into wine for money, including evolution. Meat for third food type, both food types I grow or for export. Clay into pottery for both minuscule export and our own city. It's a wonderfully designed map in terms of the economy. And it has been challenging. Make no mistake about that. This has been a real challenging run. Oh, here they come, but they're low enough in number that our javelins should be able to destroy them. Right, I need to really call back on this because the unemployment, or the lack of employment, is going to cause devolution real fast. The reason is that it will take away from like the academy, and the walker won't be able to make his way around, and these will devolve, and then it's going to be a real rigmarole getting them back where I need them to be. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody says you can go and destroy my industrial district, even on your retreat. I'm going to have you guys return to the fort because you are injured, so I need you replenished as soon as possible. Okay, that seems to have worked. Now, it was also a very cool thing that I wasn't able to have any gladiators or lion tamers, because with a civilian defense you can really mulch Caesar's army. Prefects are god-awful. You saw how quickly they got mowed down there. But I needed a wall of useless untrained plebs to exhaust the enemy. By the gods, I've underestimated you indeed. Your ability to prevent the course of imperial justice has making quite a name for you in Rome. Be warned, however, I will not estimate you a third time. Under or over. We did get 10 favour, which will keep him out of the kill me range. And we should give him some Egyptian glassware. Here we are in Egypt after all. Soon I'll give him the weapons and the fruit, and that should be the last we ever hear of Toge boy problems. How in the world is that capable of being burnt down? Take another prefecture if you must. Oh, probably because the prefecture who normally does his rounds is busy fighting off Toge boy and dying for the privilege, as all my good denizens should do. Okay, there we go. Let's have you back, shall we? Ah, I can finally breathe a little bit easier. I am severely disappointed, Caesar. I expected better of you, says Sid. I'm pretty happy with my ability to defend my city with untrained sticks. Right, I have a lot of money, and if Caesar gets wind that I have a lot of excess of money, is going to demand it in tribute, so it's a pretty good time to start building up extra plebs. Unfortunately, unemployment is going to grow when I do that, but I'm pretty confident with these relatively well filled up patrician houses, they're going to continue to adequately give me taxes even at 14%, especially since these guys give me reasonable taxes. Look, 106 denarii per small insulae, 117 there. Yeah, you know, this is good. This is really good. What do you think about it, Ninja?
Det här huset betalar verkligen så lite skatt att det är slöseri med min tid.
Skatt! That's very funny. I don't know if we... Well, of course we have Swedes around here. Hopefully it's funny for them too. What language is that? I'm a little lost on that. Okay, we've managed to sustain our peace. The favor is going to be a pain. Prosperity is crawling up. What we really need to get to work on is our population. And then if we can tax our last block into the sun, we should be a shoo-in to win. Dark Young has 2 folders. If Jake does good, 12 megabytes. If Jake does bad, 15.2 terabytes. Ah.
Chômage est si élevé que ma femme a même arrêté de me chialer après pour trouver une meilleure job.
Your femme memories?
Chômage est si élevé que ma femme a même arrêté de me chialer après pour trouver une meilleure job.
Yeah, I'm sure he understands better than I do. Okay, no matter how I cut this, I need another pleb block. What's better to... Actually, I think I can do away with this fruit stockpiling here. Well, yes and no. Maybe even more no than yes. Can't get more here. What I could reasonably do is have these 2 be fruit farms. And why would that help? Would it help? There's no way into this block, so I can't afford to cut it off. And the fruit farm would do just that. I'm trying to think of setting up a warehouse here that takes in some fruit. But this is a bad idea for it because it needs to have pottery. And I still do want to export my pottery, believe it or not. And I believe it. Shame I put that Temple of Mars there. Would be an ideal place for the warehouse for the fruit farms. Perhaps even too good to pass up. Sorry Mars, you're getting relocated. Large Temple of Mars will be shoved over here, I think. Be nicer if it were there, but gets in the way of a few things. I don't see any downside to putting you there. I do already. I tell you what, that gets in the way. Why do I have no marble? Screw it, we actually have money, we can import marble. But I do want that there. Sorry Mars, you're temporarily being processed. I'm going to shove these fruit farms here no matter what anybody says. This guy's going to have a long way to go to get the pottery, but because pottery is the only good he gets, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Because instead of popping out here, he's going to have to pop out and around and up through here. Oh, the rigmarole. But too bloody bad. I need pictures of Spider-Man, but also a warehouse full of fruit. I'm going to keep that where... I really want to build up right now. Damn it, Susan's going to take all my money if I don't do something. Should have imported that marble earlier. But I didn't, so I'll have to live with that problem. Tell you what, I could build up this area then. At the very least I can be experimental. Yeah, this kind of works. You, and you. And I will need you coming into the center. So you, and you. So that's 6. I'm sure we can count, but that is 6. And this makes 7. What's 7 times 320? Oh, it's kind of like 5 times 300, 1500 or so. That's not good enough, though. I want more food. Why is it so hard to feed people off of these paltry amounts of areas? If anything, you'd be a much better place to beat him up with. I can't really justify anything here, so I don't think I'm going to do this. I think I'll use this instead for feeding all the plebs that I can, which does mean tearing this down, but as we stockpile the fruit, we're going to tear all this down and have our final pleb block, and then that should be our ticket to victory, unless Toge Boy has some very bad things in mind for us. Which he could, he's a nasty individual. He does nothing but hurt me. And boy does he hurt me. I'd love to migrate this whole unit inside my city wall. I should have the space to do so. In fact, I can have the space to do it right here. This would be a not too shabby place for industry, and it's protected by a lot of walls. And they can even get labor access right here. It's a little bit awkward though. I think I might try and jerry-rig it into whatever I have here. Caesar's already taken his tribute. He took 1,400 denarii off of me. He's not shy about taking what he thinks should be rendered unto him, that's for sure. 35 months of top quality streams, third best decision I've ever made, says Tarkin Rex, looking over at his 2 pots of Ben & Jerry's.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Right, I can finally give Caesar those weapons he's asked for since the start of the game. Not the 60, but the follow-up 5. Not even 10% fulfillment. This should be enough prosperity to get me through anything on this map, because Light Insulae has a reasonable prosperity value of 50, I think. I should know that off the back of my hand, but I have to confirm, yes it is 50. And every Grandville has a prosperity rating of 600. So yeah, that's pretty good. Right, we have what Toge Boy is after, and then some. We're going to send that off. We're going to purge this, and we're going to start building up that block. We're going to get rid of the shrubbery, even though it's going to make Illustre John a little bit unhappy. Maybe even a lot unhappy. These... Wow, where'd my money go? I must have imported that marble. Yes, I did. And let's not forget I needed to re-erect that temple to Mars. Mars is the last god I want cheesed off on this. The gods are indifferent, meaning that I'm going to need another whole heap of large temples, sadly. Why do people not let me just have the oracles? That is no further enlightening for me, Max. Right, unfortunately, because of this very ill-placed rock, it's extremely difficult to place good farms here. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. Wheat, and they're only getting wheat here. Wheat. And let's imagine that we have the road running across here that we're going to need. And then as much wheat as we can shove in. Can we shove in another? We can. Yes, we can. We can. Hell, we can actually shove in quite a lot more wheat. This is quite desirable for us. There's even a path around this. Oh, baby, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What is 11 times 320? Anyone can do that. It's 3,200 plus 320. So 3,520. What is that divided by 76, please? Modulo. So round it down to the nearest whole number, please. And they all should have maximum efficiency for reaching into this granary. And I think we might actually take this route for watering. It's less in the way of figuratively everything. And it allows us to cut out all of this and give us good space for plebeians. And we can also bring this considerably tighter in like so. There we go, nice restructuring. What were the numbers again? I've managed to forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3,520 divided by 76. Pretty please. Right. This is looking good. I just need the killer pleb block of all pleb blocks around here. Better luck bringing you in like so. 46, that's hefty. Another way to look at it is that we don't need that many people anyway. We only really need about 3,000, so this is going to overproduce food. Means that when I make this an eternal city, which I think I will, I'll have a lot of free everything to work with. Let's not get too cocky though. We need to water these people regardless how we look at things. And would you look at that? This is a reasonable place to do so. Especially if we just cut that out, shove a reservoir here. Tight, I like it. Yeah, I like this quite a lot. Right, we're gonna have you come out like so. And down and around. That's a big block. I don't think any walker's really going to manage that with ease, so I'm going to bring you in a bit. Now it looks too small and wimpy. I want you just out a little bit more then. How will all these people be watered? I don't know, and I'm not even sure I care. However, I do know that I want mergers on the double. So we're just going to fill this up with people, and it is another case of merge or die. My favorite reality TV show, where your plebs might just be part of the action. Now, this can kill prosperity, so be very careful when and where you do this. I happen to be in debt again for some reason. Don't know why, must be an error. Must be an error of the games. People are extremely pleased with me. That sounds like 25% tax level of being pleased with me. And as we are all very well aware, a situation like this calls for a Brazilian prefects. Yeah, we'll fit in more as we... You should be fine. If you're not fine, that's a problem. I'll just shove in more prefects as we find people that refuse to merge. Actually, you're a good place for it. We're not going to give these people access to doctor because city health is almost perfect already, and that's causing problems for demographics because old people are refusing to die. Actually, it's not a problem right now because we've only been running for about 10 years, but if we were running for longer, it'd be a problem. Now, speaking of problems, I wasn't aware I had an attack on the way, but maybe I should have been. More stick throwers. The question is it just going to be them? I was warned to build legionnaires, and I have been fine without legionnaires. Are you even working? I'm going to leave Illustratron's booze up to continue to get more units. It feels a little understaffed to me. This is actually a problematic invasion because it's going to stop immigration, and all of these are going to severely lower my prosperity, unbelievably so. And for what it's worth, I can't afford to let my prosperity drag on too much. We actually really need to... Oh, I'm out of debt. And people are still extremely pleased. Well, this is nice. Couldn't help but notice there are a lot of enemies flowing in right now. Don't fear, we can destroy them. I actually want them coming in through this way, so I'm going to tease them out a bit. Come get some, you ugly bastards. Yeah, you can try and knock those down all you want, but you will not succeed. Actually, they're succeeding at some of them. Bollocks, I knew that would happen. These guys didn't get workers fast enough, probably because I didn't allow a way through here. But that is a real oh god, so these are just about to catch fire just by looking at them. I'm going to delete everything that's adjacent because that's going to stop the fires from spreading. And then as they get their workers, things should figure themselves out. Come on, you stick throwers. That applies to both of us, by the way, so it's not nearly as racially motivated as it might sound. We knew that would happen. Sure, I love them coming there. Come on, deal with my stick throwers, not my sit. Oh god, that did spread. Ignore the burning hellscape. Alright, swell. You done good enough. Emperor's relatively happy that I've sent him his apples. I'd like to send him another gift, but I'll give him a few months. Oh geez, right, I completely neglected to be prefecturing this up, and now all of these places want to burn down as well. I get rid of you, because I need a fire break. Oh, these are some good mergers, we certainly don't want to lose these. For now though. Ignore that. Wait, what just broke down? Oh yeah, more fire. That's fine though, probably. This is convenient, because I actually wanted to move these farms anyway. I wanted my wheat farms closer to this end, because wheat grows extremely quickly. I want my fruit further away. It wasn't a problem per se, but I still wanted to move it. But yeah, fires don't affect peace rating. Although it would be very funny if there was some kind of bug where having a fire during an attack does affect it. Funny and a little sad. Have faith. I know I do.
Tôi đang rất là bận. Đám lửa này nóng khủng khiếp. Lửa sẽ lan nếu như không dập kịp thời.
There we go. Right, do fill up, pretty please. Now it's coming up for August. My prosperity is actually in grave danger here. But so is my bank balance if I delete and rebuild all of these things. I can handle a lot of 2x2 tents, I just can't handle a lot of 1x1 tents. So we need our army of immigrants.
Jag har hört att det finns
on the
jobb
double.
här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
Lejontämjaren, eh? We'll see if we can sort you out with that next. Fire risk seems to be under control now. Can't wait to move into the city during an invasion and several fires. Probably still better than their alternatives. Given that I have a lot of peace still to wait out, the prosperity might be the least of my worries, but it's still... Yeah, there we go. Who robbed our tax collector?
Pomo ei selkeästi piittaa musta, joten mä näytän sille, mitä mä piittaan sen kaupungista. Jos haluat nähdä, miltä kaupungit näyttää, kun ne palaa, niin kato poika tarkasti. Päällikölle potkut perkele!
If only we could understand what this criminal was saying, we'd be able to reconcile our differences. Oh, right, I'll tell you one of my problems. The prefecture is no longer attached to the anything, so, how about we just migrate you like so? I wonder if you can get rid of Rioter by deleting his road that he's standing on. No? Okay. Well, they disappear after a while anyway. Nay, a problem. This is some super good mergers down here. Gotta pay the bills, Jake. You clearly don't care about me, evidently. But try to have some understanding. Why would I care about you? These mergers are looking good, but the timing of this is off. All of these blank spaces being down at the turn of the year cripples prosperity gain. And that's really sad. However, it might be okay. Like I said, I have a lot of these. It's just these consume prosperity. They eat it like mad. Yeah, I'll just accept my prosperity is going to go to the toilet, but I still have quite a long time to regain it. So it's at 36 right now. It's going to go down to something like 15 at the turn of the month, or turn of the year rather. Or if it doesn't, there's clearly something I don't understand about. Wow, it barely went down at all. Huh. I really don't understand that. I'm sure I've seen prosperity just tank from having empty plots before. One wonders. Yeah, these are some sweet mergers, and we can have loads of people living here thanks to these, the vast amount of food that we can harvest. And I've even given myself a nice little space here for my import-export economy. I think I'll move it down here so that we have a really tight and concise city. I like, that's how I like my cities, and I'm looking forward to walling it in properly as well. It's just, I might even, if we have spare money left over, build an actual army. We've got space for a good army here, which is good because this is where we need it to react to. Attacks from over here, we can have lots of walls for them to chew on to get through over here. I'm feeling very good about how this city is coming along, to put it in few words. It is a damn good city, despite the enormity of the problems that we've had to face to get here. And make no mistake, they have been enormous. Still, when you're this good. Okay, glorious. If I see one by ones, away they go, unless I can last ditch get another merger out of them. Like, these guys aren't going to merge, but maybe we could get a little merger here. Which would be a little bit cheeky, but possible. Toge Boy wants his fruit, but we've been piling up the fruit over here. We've been continuing to stockpile it instead of selling it. What I'm going to do now is sell units over 20, because he seems to always be ordering 20. My decision to move my fruit production over here has just been magnifique. Which means very good. I'm going to open this up so there's a path through all of this. And let's fish for a merger. And it's about 5 and 9 chance, and we do get it. Oh, oh, oh. Or rather, garçon. Right, all of these guys just do not want to merge, and that's their prerogative. But they're still getting chucked out. Oh, right, a few things thrown at me at once. One, Toge Boy has decided that the plebes are eligible to get more money. I don't like that. What can you do? It's going to eat into my bottom line. Secondly, we're able to give Toge Boy the fruits he deserves, and we might as well accompany it with some African ivory. We are in Africa after all. Kind of. I mean, maybe I misread the briefing, but although we're meant to be in Her Solima, I'm pretty sure we accidentally made our way into Egypt. Although that just brings up more questions, doesn't it? Oh, well. Our stick-throwing friends have decided to up their game and attack us right in the plebes. Which sounds delicate, doesn't it? Fortunately, our own stick-throwers should have no problem relocating over here. But it does mean that if there's a breakthrough, and not a eureka, I mean a physical breakthrough, our very delicate plebe block is under threat. And this is why I ultra built up the walls earlier on. I'm not going to incite them into attacking me until the whole army is down here, which means these guys are going to hold back a bit. We'll see what they do first.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont te...
Sorry, you've been drowned out by the beat of the drum there, Lucky. Some other people seem to love coming here as well. Oh yeah, the army just moves so much faster when you don't have to wait on heavy infantry. A nice merger here means I can get rid of you with little concern. Again, there is no such thing as too many prefects on a desert area like this. I'll fill you in, fishing for another merger, because I know we can still walk around here. Same with you. Why did... Oh, that burnt down, didn't it? But people can still get through this, no problem. Yeah, not a problem. Right, can we lob sticks over this slight incline here. Well, they can lob sticks at us. That means we can return the favor. Eat sticks. Must take a hell of a throwing arm to lob a stick over a hill. Yeah, there we go. They've largely lost their will to fight, so we'll invite them in and stick them down. A lot of our people can't even see to throw sticks. There we go. Nice. And with that, oh no, there's another load of Numidians on their way. Toge Boy promised he would arrange a ceasefire with the Egyptians. I feel like... Oh, well, we actually got the blessing from Mars, so if Toge Boy ever decides to send the boys in blue at us again, at least we'll have that. Baffling, though, that I had to wait this long for it. He's been exalted for a long time, but it is random, so I will not begrudge the fickle god. His assistance is still assistance. I actually have the wine to send Toge Boy that. I'm going to do it immediately. We'll finish off all of this, and we should be good to go. The markets are loading up on much-needed grain. I'm also going to want a warehouse that goes and gets some pottery. This is not an ideal place for it. This is... Right, I'm sick of these zebras. Get them off my map. Okay, whew, I thought I made a mistake with my city, but no. I think we can all guess where this is striking. There we go. Ground is also trembling with money, but I did, you know, up the taxes. Wait, that wasn't a tax problem, that was an unemployment problem. I'm going to drop taxes down to 8%, keep things modest. Okay, there we go. I thought the natives were going to survive the earthquake, but no, away that goes. Trading with them was never an option, so this is no real loss for us. Stop importing marble, we have plenty. Pretty big for a modest earthquake, but it does mean that I could use this, this arable land now. Not a lot of it, but it's usable, but there's no incentive to build over here whatsoever. We can have everything we need to build up a nice city right here. And we will, because we can. Looking forward to purging these tents, though. I need to start evolving them, and soon. Seeing a whole lot of not merging going on here. Come on, Nix, help me out.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
What could "jag är ny" here possibly mean? Okay, price of exports is going down, but we've already sorted out our tax economy, so that's not a problem. That was a non-factor for everyone but the inhabitants of that hovel, pretty much. That's one of very few ways to actually destroy natives in this game, but it can be done, and it feels good. It feels damn good. 4 marketplaces might be a bit hefty, but I want it. I got that merger, which I wasn't expecting. Time to start building these guys up. It's already October. There's still a few more places I want. Immigration might have stopped a bit when city mood soured, but even so. How are we on water access here? Miserable. How do we make it less miserable? By adding more water access, of course. Ooh. Now that's nice. It's also not nice, but it's quite nice. Do I even actually want or need that there? Reservoir here gets quite a lot of it. No, I probably do. There's a lot of neatening up that I'd like to do of this, but it can wait for later. I wanted space for statues there. This is going to be very undesirable land, unfortunately. Not a lot I can do about that, but there's not nothing I can do about it. I can help out there. and likely will. Go, keep the water flowing. I could run an aqueduct up the back here, but that reduces some precious space for gardens. So I'm actually going to run it out the side here. Again, leave gaps in it so people can walk around if they need to. My armies are a pretty big example of needing that. Run those gardens, because heaven help us, we're going to need it. If there's space for it, small statues are desirable. This land could be done, we could do anything with. Prefects wherever there's 1x1 space for them. Because, like, as is always the case with the desert map, more prefects are better prefects. Check risk of fire, we're okay. We've got the pottery in here, we've got the food going. As soon as these last few potential mergers are dealt with, we're going to... Yeah, come on, move on in, folks. What's the hold up? Merge? No merge. No merge means die. Sweet, okay, we're done with that. Now, they're going to need a library, they're going to need a theatre, they're going to need a large large temple, and this is a pretty ideal place for one. Now the gods are getting a little miffed at me. Of all of them, I'd like Venus to be considerably happier, because the mood of my people can be a royal pain in my beeswax. I need an amphitheatre as well, and there's not a particularly good place for one anywhere. So, when you don't have a good option, you tear down someone's home. Unfortunately, even there, I don't have a lot of good options for tearing down people's homes. This could go, but that's a nice way to get out of the city from there. You could go. Anyone in a really undesirable place that I'd have a hard time... Ooh. Yeah, that's quite tempting. In fact, it's so tempting, we're going to do it. Away you go. The reason we need amphitheatre and theatre is, well, we just do. We're having light insulae. Of course, I wouldn't dream of having these people and not taxing them until they cry. Forum's best down here. Mostly because the tax walker has a very short time that he affects a building. It's only about 2 months or so. So if 3 out of 4 of his loops doesn't touch someone, they're going to stop paying me tax for a while. Putting him down here makes it almost impossible that he's going to get lost in the granary and go up. He will generally always loop around. Bathhouse will be needed. May as well put it here because it's going to be hard to get you desirable. And is there anything else these plebes need? Yeah, of course there is. Water. Very important to water your plebes. Think of them like plants. Do 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 do. Tjena. Jagar ni here. I need something on the inside here anyway, so there you go, there you go. Have that. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good position there, all things considered. But you are still quite useful there. Yeah, watching your plebs ain't easy on desert maps. The prohibited range is quite rough. It's quite hard to visualize in a lot of ways. Even get you, I need something out here or so. I suppose I can put that there for the lads. And with that, is anybody missed? I don't see any small tents, do you? Hope you don't, because I don't. Let's brighten everybody's day by throwing a giant personal villa right here, is what I'd like to say, but it actually... Well, you know what? These people don't really need a home so much as I need a bigger and better home. So there we go. That'll make everybody feel good. Now that's not a wise thing to do, but I want to do it, so we're doing it. I see my citizens are enjoying my personal home quite a lot as well. Lovely. As long as the religious walker can make the rounds properly, that should be a-okay. Large tent, southern reservoir. Aha! And that is a water issue, not a desirability issue. Challenging, but not impossible. Let's evolve you like so. Prosperity is rising, despite all these crummy houses we just built. My main concern right now is that the Venus priest needs to do this loop. They're just getting lost in the farms instead. Come on, go south. South, 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 south.
Tjenare, jag är ny här.
Wir sind in Gefahr. Die Stadt hat keinen Respekt vor den Göttern.
Ooh, we don't hear that often. Why is that? I'm irritating Ceres, Neptune and Mercury, easily dealt with if we jump on it in time. And I really should, there's certainly space to god slum up around here. And make no mistake, I will. So one of the less desirable things to do in this game is have to god slum, but there you go. Actually, the prefect can go on this side. The engineer can go on that side, and that should be fine. 3 temples to each god should suffice for this. It might get a little bit touchy when we hit over 6,000 population, but that's okay. That is baked into my plans. The extra desirability would not go amiss around here. And rather than putting a lot of statues here, I'd rather have gardens, because the desert map just looks so dry, it's almost painful to look at times. There should be no downside to me sticking you there. Okay, so you are a difficult one to get desirability for, but I'll work on it. Ooh, I thought you'd be a lot harder, but it turns out being next to my own personal villa makes life okay for you. This is a bit of a problem. I need you to finish this loop or else these people are never getting religious access. Go, 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 go further, 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 further. Booyakasha!
Die Arbeitslosenquote ist hier beunruhigend hoch.
Yeah, the unemployment's going to get considerably worse, actually, because I'm bringing in a lot of plebes. Oh god, where'd my money go? I mean, I know I built a bunch of stuff, including my own personal mansion, but maybe a bit of 14% taxation could solve these problems. Growing pains, really. Calling them problems is a bit of a misnomer. Alright, swell. Figures you don't like where you live there either. Unexpected. Yeah, the engineer does good loops here, but it's quite rare for the engineer in my city to fail to do his job like that. I don't want to block that off, so instead I'll put you there. All of these are liable to fall down, so I'm just going to delete them before they do. Or rather, delete and replace them. Still, things falling down is far less bad than them. Oh, what's the other thing? You know what I'm trying to say, even if I don't. Catching fire. Catching fire is far worse than falling down, so don't worry about it. I know I don't. Thank you, Rome, for increasing the price of marble. I didn't have enough fiscal worries as it is. Just slam a large statue here, that'll affect these people. There we go, just the right amount. Anybody else not evolving aside from down here? Because that is also solvable. I'm surprised it was so undesirable for you. It didn't even solve all of my problems. And neither will that. Well, that might. Ooh, right, pajama warriors and enemies are closing. Now, Pajama Warriors are fast. Do not mess around with them. Also, I forgot about these guys, so I'm actually going to be a little short on this. Hopefully not so short that it kills me. Actually, this is a little scary because javelin throwers are one of the worst units to deal with the Pajama Brigade. They're fast, and although they don't hit that hard, they make it up with numbers and that aforementioned speed, and the fact that they're not projectile units. Also, there are quite a lot of them. We do have the Spirit of Mars, though. We can't forget that. The Spirit of Mars can help us out here. I might really want to consider the ancient privilege here. Okay, there we go. Well, some of them died as a start. Oh, this is actually a little tricky for our javelin throwers. Alright, well, hopefully we can lay plenty of them dead before they get to us. Good, good, good. Yeah, they are mincing their way through us, actually, and that's quite painful to see. Okay, whew. Quite painful, but back we go, heal up at the fort, and prepare for more. Unless there are more of those local attacks, in which case I will be scared. Only a little bit scared, though. As scared as the Barons. I left them out for so long because I forgot about them, and then they went off. Send Caesar another manuscript. So we're really repairing the extensive amount of damage that we had happen at the start of this run. This looks really good. Oh, that looks really bad. Rome paying more wages is... Okay, Rome have finally maxed out their wages. But with a setup like this, as long as I don't die to invasion, we should be safe now. I just want to relocate my industry down to here somehow. I didn't leave myself with as much space as I had hoped that I would. This is actually a pretty good space for it, but it's not good for the traders moving through. So I might rethink that a little bit, but only a little bit. After all, what am I even trying to do here? I think I'm hatching a bit of a design here, a bit of an unorthodox one, but I think I have an idea. 1, 2, buckle that shoe. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Warehouse here. This is the warehouse that now takes in the vines, the wines, and maybe you should be the one to take in the marble now. With a workshop for wine here, here, and here. Okay. And I can even extend this out one more and slam the engineer there. Still allows for path to walk through, which is of vital importance. Another warehouse here, and this one can do the timber and olives in order to do furniture and oil. That requires quite a bit of warehousing going on around here. Sorry for the people living here, but you're going to have some unpleasant visitors for a little bit. Well, forever actually. But still, furniture, furniture. I could bring it down to 2 actually, because I only really do it for patricians and export. Yeah, furniture, furniture, oil, oil. Okay. I'm gonna move this path entrance up just a little tiny bit. Gonna have you come up all the way to that, and I'm gonna make sure that the prefecture is here. So the prefect can walk up and down, the engineer can walk up and down, keeps it all safe. And this is gonna store up with with oil and furniture. So oil, furniture, marble, and wine. And I'm going to stop accepting vines here. I'm going to stop accepting olives and timber here. So they're going to work through their supplies here. And then I'm safe to tear this whole thing down, with the exception of the clay and god pit. I need to migrate that somewhere as well. And fortunately, we just so happen to have a little bit of water that we can extract clay from, and people that we can get working here. So we can move our clay, or rather our pottery production, down to here with no real extra charge. Does require us rubbing right up against you. I can do that though, I mean, they'll survive. Losing a lot of gardens, sure, but observe. We can put gardens in your gardens. Engineer, always with a prefecture. Of course they're going to need a warehouse to shove everything into. This one only takes the pottery. Maybe you should be taking the marble, actually. Something about this doesn't feel like the right place for marble. Actually, on the other hand, the amount of wine that we have compared to the pottery makes that a much safer place to hold the marble, so... that should be fine. And then we need our pottery workshop. 1, 2, 3, 4... yeah, see no problems here, unless this devolves, which it shouldn't. Lovely. The only concern now is making sure that we are godly enough. And if I set you to not accept the marble, then I can just move our praise to the gods down here. Some of it, at least. Heck, a reasonably large one I could just put over here, but they've already got some godly love. How about a befitting god here? Mercury for all this commerce that we have. And maybe Neptune because he's been giving us all this money for a long time. Well, maybe if I have the marble for it. If people are pleased with me, then they'll probably pay 18% taxes. Right. I dare to say things are going well. I can even check to make sure people are living in the right places by checking society. Says a lot about it. Very few tent dwellers. This does bother me. I'd love to be able to make you a grand villa, but doing so without tearing up everything I've done here in a very awkward manner doesn't seem trivial. Not impossible though, especially if the theatre were migrated. After all, the theatre is only a 2x2. I could move it over here, make this a medium statue, turn the medium statue into gardens, and then have a not unreasonable shot at it. You know what? Let's give it a go. We're risking everything here. Like if the theatre walker never makes the right rounds, then this is going to be unpleasant. But let's give it a shot, shall we? We'll do that. We'll garden this all up. And then you're hopefully not about to devolve. Oh man, I just got the nice population milestone thing and we clicked right over it. Right, we've got large villa, but large villa is not grand villa. People have talked about moving these prefects away from there, which is a dangerous proposition and one that I'd rather not do. Man, Plaza would make my life so much easier here. Of course, we don't have that to use. A medium statue here could help. Could. I would cut down on the marketplaces, which is never a fun thing to do in a patrician block. I got nothing. I got nothing. There are gardens connecting your plebs with a new industry space. This one or this one? Oh, well spotted. Very well spotted. Thank you. That could have destroyed a few things. Plebs actually like to walk over gardens to get to roads sometimes, and I prefer not to give them that option. In comes the new load of wood. Eventually this will get torn down. Am I still set to importing marble? Nope, let's change that. How are people feeling about my new tax policy? Probably not great. You know, I will concede it is tempting to tear down 2 of these and put statues in their places. As expected, it's not quite enough. How about another 1? How about another 2? And no, I'm not daft enough to just leave that as is. That engineer post is certainly returning with glory over here. It's just not quite good enough, is it? What could be done? What could be done? I'm looking at the power of the Oracle would help. Plaza would help. I have neither of these things. Deleting this market and trying out a medium statue. I mean, it's possible. It is very possible it would work. Because it would affect just this little tip bit here. But it's not good enough. That's not good enough. And if that's not good enough, then I'm not willing to go further, because destroying marketplaces inside patrician blocks is a foolhardy thing to do. Now, there is one other thing that I could do, and that is migrate some water and... I think. Who do you water anyway? Who do you water that can't be watered another way? After all, I could migrate you over here. And you get your water from there as well. You could get your water from here. Oh, this is getting really risky, but let's do it anyway. I'll shove that over there, and that has opened up a place here. If I just move the watering hole to there, I can shove a medium statue here. Oh, you did not like that. Oh boy, we got you. However, we've lost you because I neglected to migrate the water to here. I really hope the theatre walker is doing his thing. He's busy sozzling about over there, unfortunately. Oh god, where I've put you is just put you out of range of this this water. Whoops, let me give you this for a moment. Do-do-do-do-do. Right. Grow, 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 grow. Perfect. And now, provided you never devolve, that should be fine. There we go. Whew, that wasn't easy. Now, hopefully the damage risks are all taken care of, and that the theatre walker does his rounds. Looks like he is. And there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grand villas flush. I'm happy with that. I have no good reason not to be happy with that. I could make it even more, but there's no need to get greedy here. Well, the money is a good incentive too, but I like this, so we'll keep it as is. I'd be even happier if the gods weren't on my back. Actually, if I just tore down that one to Mercury, we'd have everybody pretty well taken care of. So, screw the gods and screw Mercury in particular. Only other thing I really want to do is... Actually, that might not be the right thing to do, because now the gods are probably going to get a little displeased due to the numbers. Move the villa closer to the others instead of the Hippodrome. So the reason I had this here was because the Hippodrome Walker was really struggling to get labour access. So I stuck a pleb there, thinking it'd just be a throwaway pleb, but I ended up keeping him. Kind of like a mangy pet dog you just find and decide to keep. Oh yeah, Christ, the reason I needed the gods was to migrate the god ghetto that we have over there. People are pleased with me. They're not that pleased with my tax rate, I can tell. I dropped the taxes a little bit, down to 14. I do really want to migrate to having some heavy infantry in my army and to just wall myself off better. But that requires establishment of... Actually, it's not an unthinkable thing to establish. I could migrate my... Let's see... You could be my weapons and iron place. And then we have some weapon workers. Hither and hither, and maybe even hither. Hell, I can bring in a lot of that. Actually, that's maybe a bit too much, but still, that's pretty good. Extra prefecting, because there's no such thing as too much prefecting. And Toge Boy wants my fruit. Well, I guess I export too much fruit, so we're going to go exports over 28. Which is ridiculous, but we'll do it. Just so Toge Boy can get his fruits now. I don't import that iron because it's ridiculously expensive, but... I mean, it is ridiculously expensive. Let's get a little bit more before we consider doing that. But that means that you guys are surplus to requirement. Pretty much this whole place is surplus to requirement. But I don't want to get rid of it just yet. It does devour jobs a little bit, if nothing else. This is kind of surplusy. I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to get rid of you and migrate our barracks down to here. Shouldn't get in anybody's way too much. And I like it. It just tightens up the city. Actually reins everything in. I need to think about where my army is going to go, but this actually seems like a good place so that we ensure that the army is there to protect those who deserve it the most. Obviously the richest and most powerful individuals in my city. Enemies are somewhat at the door, and I'm somewhat tempted to not care and dismantle my existing army in favor of heavy infantry. But the sheer price of that iron is just bamboozling. Pretty hard to balance the books even with a setup like this, truth be told. I wonder if we're actually getting labour access. I can't really walk them over here without getting rid of this large statue, but I might do it anyway. Just so if anybody's walking up there, they can still get labour access. So you go there instead. And this road is going to come up like so, and along like so. That way anybody walking across here will actually get these guys as labour access. In fact, I'm going to even bring it that close to them to absolutely get it. Haha, they didn't like that. They did not like that. That large statue gave them all the desirability that they needed to become huge. Or huger. I don't want to tear anything down for that, but... Such is the cost of progress. Oh wow, you really didn't like it. We're sure we can't just have more large statues out here? No, it wouldn't have the range. It's a little unfortunate. I might actually get rid of that in favor of a medium statue. I don't don't think that's enough. They really love their large statue. Okay, well, you can have your large statue back then. I'm not going to push the matter. I just worried about these guys' access to labor, because coming all the way down there might be a little bit too much for them. But the people have spoken. Have your large statue back. Up they go. Up they go. And Toge Boy can get his fruit. Oh, Toge Boy can't have his fruit just yet. If he can't have that, he can always have some Persian carpets in a couple of months. Thank you, McCain. This has been a good performance on a pretty unforgiving map. I feel pretty good about it, as I have every right to do. However, we're not done yet. Financially, we're still on tenterhooks. We continue to make a loss, which impacts our prosperity growth. It's June and we're still looking in Lossville. I just want to bump up my taxes something fierce, but people would hate me for it because of unemployment. It's not so easy just to soak people up with unemployment. It's feasible, actually. I could actually make an unemployment area here. In fact, I think I will. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have this road come down and around here, so it has all the access to labor that need. Didn't I want to put my army here, though? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing stopping me also putting some armies around here. Especially a couple of them. Yeah, a couple of them here wouldn't go amiss, that's for sure. Although it might make it pretty difficult to get down here if there's a local uprising here, because they would just cleave through those walls like they're not even there. And that would be a problem. But a problem for future, Jake. For now, I want to chew up some of this unemployment. Libraries are a great way of doing that. Libraries and academies both employ a hefty amount of people. And they even help your culture score if you care about that, which we don't really. But at least I can have something like a school district around here. I never think culture blocks look good in this game. In fact, I think they look hideous. Means to an end, and the end isn't even that good. If these forts were over here, it does leave me with enough space to make some larger temples over here. I'm playing around with debt again. Shouldn't be doing that. There we go. Get some gods going. Get Mars in here if he fits. No, Mars is a bit too fat to fit in here. But hey, this is where we do our military, so it kind of makes sense for Mars to be represented here. I'm gonna migrate that prefecture over just a chunk. Large temple, Mars. There you go. Toge Boy can get his fruit. I can almost give him those Persian carpets to keep him happy. What's the relationship between future Jake and past Jake? Abusive. Horribly abusive. Alright, that barely made a splash in the ocean on unemployment because it's just so high. I could build 100 fountains. That would certainly chew its way through it like nobody's business. Just trying to think of a way to just squeeze in more things to hoover up unemployment, especially if they don't look too unnatural, like a library over here, academy over here. That large statue is incredibly important. I don't want to tear that down. Okay, there is space over here as well. Just driving down unemployment so I can tax harder without concern for my people. Well, my people rising up against me, that is. Okay, Rome's reducing the price of my exports, further hampering my dosh situation, which is not very nice of him. Oh, there's space for the library over here. Hopefully that doesn't impact on any walkers. Tragic if it does. One nice thing is also just adding in prefectures in every little nook and cranny that I can. Because they soak up a decent amount of unemployment, and they're useful just in keeping the threat of fire at bay immensely. They are undesirable, so you gotta be careful that you don't devolve people by putting them down. But I don't think we did. Basically, if you see a small gap, you might as well throw a prefect in. See small gap, I put in prefect. How does this even happen? Actually, that's bamboozling, because that wheat farm was there and working just fine for a heck of a long time. But hey, it just goes to show no such thing as too many prefects on a fiery map like this. So more prefects go down. Tell you, there's certainly space to have a prefect here as well.
Lửa sẽ lan nếu như không dập kịp thời.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Whatever you say, Lucky. There we go, Gal. Bring back our farm. It feels really good to have established a profitable city, especially considering that we have only had 3 goods available locally. The only goods we had available locally was wheat, fruit, and clay. But to be able to make a city that's profitable and looking this good, well, I feel good about that. I'm going to feel even better when I'm more comfortably in the black and able to afford some legionnaires, because I do feel like this map is holding out a bit on big attacks of the Pajama Party. It did warn us that that will happen, so not being proactive about it is making me feel a bit antsy. So antsy that I'm going to wall up a bit more just in case they really come out of nowhere. This area is a fairly strong point of my armor. Even so. There we go. Feel a whole lot better about that. Don't feel so good about the Dosh situation though. Can those marble imports, we don't have the money right now. I want Caesar on our side, remember? Very much on our side. Loyotas is saying, hi Jake and chat, how's the game going? The game is going very well. But I would expect nothing less. Well, actually I've got a very displeased Venus. What would a man do about that? Throw her a statue, of course. Throw her a temple, rather, but where? I mean, couldn't I throw her over here? No, it'd be right next to a Venus temple already. That would be all sorts of messed up. That blocks the road to Rome, so that's out of the question. What about over here? That surely wouldn't be out of the question. Looks nice and desirable to me. One of my problems with just having large temples in the map is just they're so huge and clunky. They make the map you're building feel all sorts of nyeh. And you need so many of them. Look at that, they're only happy / displeased with 4 each. That's 20 large temples in my city. At least small temples have a small footprint, although half the impact of a large one. But that's where you use oracles. Oracles, you don't need many of them to keep all the gods happy, and it just has such a lower visual footprint on your city, unless you spam them, of course. But who would do such a thing? Well, not this guy. Believe it or not, we're actually looking okay. We lost a lot of money, but if Caesar doesn't care if you spent that money on construction, or at least your prosperity rating doesn't care. We're at 49, hopefully it goes up to about 55 next month. Then we know we're on a fast track for victory. Then the only thing left to do is hold steady and build up heavy infantry. Wow, what, 57? We got 8 points. It's pretty hard to get that many points in 1 year. You can get, I think, at most 10, and that's really pushing it out there. Any big rug pools, says TBW. Yeah, financially early on there were a lot of rug pools, and twice we got invaded by Caesar due to horrific mismanagement of our finances. Painfully as it is, I'm actually going to get rid of this, because we have exhausted the use of you. Which means I can get rid of you. I don't really want to get rid of my god ghetto over here, but I have to eventually, so we're just going to do it now. This is going to cause a lot of unemployment and a lot of unhappiness for people to pay my taxes. But, too bad. We should be able to survive regardless. At the very least I can tear down my slums now. There we go. No more slums. There were never any slums. I can start walling in my city properly now. Let's just remove all proof of slum. Right, this is good. They're drinking up what's left inside those warehouses. I think they buy even from warehouses that are unstaffed. So it's very nice and lucky to just leave the dosh on the table for us. Pottery is being made over here. There is no point in this even existing, so away it goes. Do doodly do 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 do. Okay. That tax rate combined with that unemployment has problems, but it might not be too many problems. I think we'll be alright. I can no longer call upon the ancient privilege of the prefects to defend the city because I got rid of their labour access, and I don't even have a good place here to call upon it. So we will actually have to very legitimately defend our city now. There's no gatehouse, and that's troublesome. It is really troublesome, actually. This is really the way into the city. I'd like to reposition you so I could have the wall going, but let's see. Enemies at the door means this is not the time to be reshuffling my entire army. Oh, I just realized an enemy could come in through here and just freely blast me from there, so let's ensure that that's not a possibility or even a plausibility. It looks ugly doing walls like this, but anything to delay the onset of instant pajama warrior death is worth it in my view. I just want to make sure that my armies can move around without too much issue. Yeah, you can run across over here and around, that's good. What if I told you to do a similar movement? What happened here? I must have placed just one little thing down that changed the whole walker pattern here. It was probably a prefect, but I don't know which prefect. Wait, it's not the theatre, it's the amphitheatre. Was it because of this? I mean, I doubt it, but maybe it was that garden somehow. The heck are you off to? Maybe I repositioned here, something over there at some point, but darn. Right, I'm trying to think which prefects did I put. I think you were a prefect I put in. Maybe that mucked up his walker pattern. Managing your walkers is one of the more painful things to do in the game. Not that I think we couldn't win without these guys being... Oh jeez, he loves going up there. I don't love him going up there. Is this a no walls run? No, we've got plenty of walls, but gatehouses were forbidden. Well, where are these guys off to? Where'd they go? I had... There they are. Go back to fort. Right, so this amphitheatre walker is just doing my tatty in now. Only going up here. Right, well, that is a pain and a shame. And heaven help me for knowing what exactly is causing him doing that. Could build a different amphitheatre, it wouldn't be a big deal to do. Where am I being attacked from? Okay, perfect place, because we can deal with that no problem. Just this amphitheater walker is clearly choosing a very bad time to go on the fritz for me. I think I'm gonna put another amphitheater over here. Oh wow, that doesn't actually have reservoir access. Most unfortunate, actually. How the heck do I water you? You're already watered by that. You're going to be watered by this now. Hopefully you don't lose desirability, but there are some nice statues and things for you. There you go, hopefully that'll do. Right, the stick warriors are back. I'm going to delete this so they don't somehow destroy it and ruin my day. I don't have any of my delicious stone walls to defend me here, so it is truly just going to be sticks versus sticks here. And I don't have the gods on my side either. Well, when in doubt, coax them out a little. Dr. Aftish hates hearing this oorah. He did the voice for it, and I know he hates it, but too bad. Right, you guys are going to bunch up, because it just works wonders for melee combat when you are bunched up. Just step back a bit, bunched up enough. Oh, they're still coming, which could be a problem. Have faith though, these guys fight like dirt. Then again, so do we. And there are more of them than us. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Code red. Our units are all distraught and retreating. Why not make use of the choke points? Yeah, that might have been sensible. I got too carried away with how easy these guys have been to defeat so far. Right. What does someone do in such a situation? They call upon the ancient privilege, but I destroyed my labor access for the ancient privilege. And nobody is easily accessible like this. So... these guys may or may not get over there for labor access. It's quite unlikely that they will. Hopefully they waste some time chewing on walls to get to me as well. Give them some walls to chew on. Fortunately, they are detached from road to room stuff, although my own guys need to retreat a bit. Holy smokes, there's a fair few of them still to kill. And this is not enough prefects to bounce back with. Oh dear. Here comes the pain. Prefect army, defend us from ourselves. Oh boy, that cuts off my everything quite badly. Have no fear though. The aqueducts are here. That will maintain the precious connection to my esteemed patricians. Go, my prefects, go! Oucha. Okay, so I guess heavy infantry was more a big deal than I thought. Oh god, Prosperity's gonna go. But don't worry, this was all planned. What I wanted was for you to hear the French angry Toge boy. There we go.
Je suis très mécontent de vous. Malgré les fonds supplémentaires que j'ai investis dans votre cité et la générosité temporaire du Sénat, vous n'avez pas réussi à rétablir la trésorerie de la cité à un niveau satisfaisant. J'ai commis une erreur en vous accordant ma confiance. Mais je pense ne pas me tromper en vous octroyant vos nouvelles fonctions.
I don't think I need a nouvelle fonction, Caesar. I was just showing off how things could go. Naturally, I was distracted by what was going on with the amphitheater here. Was that when we saved? Yeah, probably. I will assume so. I don't think anything else had changed apart from me accidentally having you guys out there. Although perhaps getting rid of my ability to enact the privilege here was a little too hasty. Probably be a good idea just to have it something that I can do. Let's have some people here just in case. I'm not even sure I got people in fast enough to do that, but... Oh right, yeah, this was right before that attack. I still think I should use the choke point though. We have it, so we'll put it to use. Still a reasonable shot that they're going to come through and ruin my day, though, because these guys are not great for... Actually, even better idea. Catch them on the other side of these rocks. That way I can pelt them as they desperately try to get to us. Haha. Clever thinking, I know. Ooh, oh dearie me. Oh, they can get through that! That's quite funny. Well, it's too late to build a wall there now. There we go. Stick to what we're best at, and that's throwing sticks. To hell with the privilege. Not too shabby. Not great, but not too shabby. Wall the choke. Yeah, if I'd known that I had a path to wall there, then wall I should have. Or would have. Oh, I didn't even get rid of this, but I certainly will now. And what was it that I reckoned was the problem here? Now, hard to boil it down to one thing, but I'm going to get rid of you, and give them a new amphitheater right there. So yeah, two main things that I find bothersome in this game is fishing for mergers and dealing with the absent-minded walkers. So we had a good system here, and this walker just decided to mess it all up by going God knows where. And now that we have our new amphitheater guy in, he'll go and make the rounds. What do you have to say about your rounds?
Either, Miss Sam.
You can't say anything, you're busy getting mugged on your way to work. I might have to lower taxes down to 11% and hope that suffices. Okay, I'd really like to import iron, but the costs are too high. I need to actually build up some capital. Well, nothing else, we can speed up something fierce, because things are going quite well. Very well, in fact. Favor builds up, peace builds up, prosperity builds up. We're on a fast track for victory. Although keeping Caesar happy is proving to be difficult if he doesn't give me any more demands. And what's your problem? Ah, yes, desirability. The eternal issue. Oh. Oh, I never built up the gods' locations, or did I? No, they're just generally annoyed because of my my limited number of places for them. A rumph. Surprised you're having market issues here, though. But again, I did some changes here, and that's going to make the market ladies work in a different way. I'm actually going to switch you out with a marketplace. And the gods are going to be on my case unless I either lower my population or... You know what? Lowering my population is actually a pretty good idea. It's going to sack the unemployment a bit, but I like how things are. Perhaps some strategic removal of people so that I can put in enough large temples to pacify. But I don't even want to do that. I like the setup that I have. I like it even more with a medium statue here to improve desirability for you folks, but... I wonder if I could shove the... How much marble do I have? One... Oh god, not enough. Well, I hate to say it, but we have to import a touch more. I don't care that much about how Neptune feels, but I care a lot about how Mercury feels. And similarly, quite a lot about how Venus feels. And my bank account. My bank account is also important. Yeah, that's what I didn't want to see. People are upset, so they're going to start emigrating a bit. And there we go. We got the marble, though, so Venus will start seeing things our way. And if I could just get Mars to feel the same way, too. That should keep us swanky on religious matters. And we don't care about Neptune trying to sink our ships, because we have no ships. Okay, so all the exports are just going down, down, down. Not unexpected at all. Can I get rid of that after doing that? No, I cannot. And then there's you who doesn't like the furniture workshop, but again, these are solvable issues. Sweet. I'm just trying to keep things nice and steady here since we're in the end game. I just want to balance it out. Grand villas, light insulae, reasonable amount of money coming in at 11% tax, enough to cover my everything. Okay, this is good. In fact, this is so good we've got this battle won in a few years, provided we meet all of the requests. Yeah, lack of plaza does make desirability tricky, but it also makes it a bit more rewarding, I think. A lot of what I've done here would have been trivial with plaza when it comes to evolving, especially this guy right here. But it feels very rewarding making this work. Also, health is average, which is good. You do not want very high health if you plan on making your city eternal. And average... yeah, average is good. Although, it wasn't really the plan. I actually wanted this to... I think I actually want it to be good, so I'm going to stick a doctor or a clinic over here. Get these guys, and then that should make it go good. Yeah, there we go. Good is I prefer good. Average is too many people dying for my tastes. My elevated tastes. There's a very real possibility that I end up with a problem here. No, it should be fine because of our export policy. Still gonna drop exports a little bit, down to 12. Just so there's a bit more space for them in the warehouse. Okay, basically all is well. I do still want some actual heavy infantry and a better looking wall here. And we can just laugh at Neptune. Oh, let's spare a thought for Neptune. I don't want him flipping his lid. He did help me out early on with the finances, as he so often does. So what can we do for our laddie Neptune? A temple, obviously. Yeah, what a surprise, but where's it going to go? Not a lot of space for such things. Few reasons that I don't want you here. That is actually better. Put the engineer here, get rid of that, and just say here's your large temple to Neptune. There we go, now all the gods are satisfied, and actually the only thing I need is favor. I can get, ooh, I can give him troupe of performing slaves even. Probably 1 month and I have prosperity, and a little bit and we have the favor. You got this in the bag. Well done, says McCain. Of course I've got this in the bag. It's Caesar 3. I don't lose at this game. I know it like the back of my hand. Now, some people like to go, oh, what can you do for even bigger and harder challenge runs? Believe it or not, I do not play Caesar 3 just to flagellate myself. Building a nice city in a city builder can be its own reward. Overcoming Caesar's needs, getting the people where you want them to be, setting up a city that's functional and nice to look at, not just using boxy gatehouse designs. Makes me feel good. I don't need to overcome big challenges. Then again, I do still like good challenges in this game, and this was a challenging map. Very difficult map, in fact. Caesar wants an average force north. Oh god, average actually asks for quite a lot. In order to do that, I think I'd need to send off... Yeah, I probably need to send off all of you. Well, there you go, Caesar. I'm a reasonable chap. Just don't blindside me here. That would be nasty. That'd be really nasty. I wouldn't be able to deal with being attacked like this. This could be one of those gotcha moments. I'll hold off. Actually, I'll hold off for 1 year before sending that that force. I also need to stockpile oil for Toge Daddy. I seem to recall you getting trounced on Judea Trouble, says Kaz. So the reason that happened was because I activated a cheat in the game that causes a giant invasion, because I wanted to show that off. It was not because I got crushed. I crushed that map. But people will choose to see what they want to see, myself included. Okay, so Toge Boy is completely satisfied. In fact, this map is probably won right now. So I'll make a save so that I can revisit it and make this into a permanent map, but I want to make sure that that actually happens. There we go. Splendid. Ah, congratulations once again. Remember that, Toge Boy? Once again, I have proven myself to be one of Rome's finest governors. Let's have a look and see what was causing that to go so well. Actually, we can let this happen and go continue governing. So we just hit 85 prosperity. I actually think my prosperity cap is pretty close to 100. I don't have the exact numbers, but you know what? I could. I really could, couldn't I? But I don't want to. Anyway, it's good. It's a damn good city. The way I've done it, this demographics thing is going to sort itself out nicely with my massive amount of unemployment. The tax income is actually very good, and it will be even better once the demographics smooth out, because then unemployment will be so high and we can tax to our heart's content. But that's all stuff for me to worry about when I make this eternal, which is actually going to take a while because I don't have any free time for the next week. Great map. I loved it. The design of the map was fantastic, and I think that's one of the biggest and best things you can do with a map in this game, is make it fun to build around. Give your challenges on the map, and for this one, there wasn't a lot of farming area, but it wasn't unreasonable. We could still get wheat around here. In fact, there was farming area here that I didn't use, and a lot of farming here that I didn't use, but 3/4 of it inaccessible, and it would be very awkward to build anything over here. But yeah, the invasions, there were no gotcha moments like, oh, I'm just going to blindside you with immediate attack and crush you with that. Nope. It was clearly telegraphed where you need to defend, and you're given all the resources to do so, even if it's a stingy amount. See, this one, it's not so bad that they didn't give you towers because the attacks were a lot more reasonable. And yes, stick defense, stronger than I thought. I think I've learned something today about that one. I always considered that if you don't have a military academy, your auxiliaries are going to be garbage, but massed sticks, better than I thought. But then again, we were fighting some completely unarmored, useless Numidians. If we were fighting Goths, yeah, we would get steamrolled, so let's not go too far with that. I definitely would have made heavy infantry if iron was not unreasonably priced. 240 import per iron means, unless I know for sure that this is going to be a disastrously hard military campaign, I'm not paying that. And on top of that, it's unreasonable to pay that because your exports are pathetic. Your exports rely on imports, so that cuts into your bottom line, and it's a very small amount that you can actually export anyway, 15, 15, and 15. Grain is never worth that much money to begin with. Fruit did not increase in value much, did it? Yeah, 40 per fruit's not going to break anyone's bank. And the exports I even could make dropped down so much that I'm barely making any money on exporting that. 64 for vines. So it's at 56 upsell, but we have to pay wages on these. And wages, of course, like every map I've ever been given, constantly go up to almost double your overheads on wages. Still, although it sounds like I'm complaining, I'm saying this is good. It pushed you on that. I just don't think it was well balanced in the idea of make legions, but lol, you cannot. Yeah, love this map. Why don't we remind ourselves of what it looked like at the very start? Hell yeah. Lots of things getting in your way. Giant rocks, for example. If these 3 rock formations weren't here, hell, if even these 2 rock formations weren't here, you would be able to have a very cookie cutter design for anything you want here. Plebs, patricians, mass industry, whatever. And then you just lock on anything you want onto it. Oh, here's God Slum, and here's our industry and whatnot. Of course, the food is made here, and the food can be taken down and around. So I think the placement of everything on this map looked really good and functioned really well. Yeah, this was a fantastic map submitted by our faithful Echo. I feel like I keep getting the name wrong, but it is Faithful Echo. And I'm not just saying that because I won, although I do always feel good when I do win them. What map has been the hardest on this game, says Raziel. Ha 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 ha. The hardest map I have ever played in this game is... Oh, I clicked on the wrong button there, didn't I? Do I still have it installed? Of course I do. Nibelungen something something something. This map is unreasonably difficult. You have absurdly high requirements, including culture. 80 culture, 80 prosperity, 80 peace, 80 favor, 8,000 population. On a map that at a glance doesn't look that bad, there's a huge amount of arable land, for example. And you can grow local wheat, so wow, easy money. And there's fish, wow, this is great. But all the trade dries up miserably. You can only produce timber here, so your options for export are not great. The very limited native trading you can do dies to an earthquake, so that dries up. And this is probably the most inundated with attacks map I've ever played, and nowhere is safe. See all of this? Yeah, all invasion point. Invasion point by the entrance, invasion point, invasion point, invasion point. And let's for the sake of argument, I'm going to need cheats for this. Oh, and I can't access cheats. Hold that phone, hold that phone. Don't mind me. Do not mind me. If I place a well there and go Alt-K. I just needed to enable cheat mode, but they didn't give me a well there to do it with. So, back to Nibelungen. Here we go. And cheat mode is still engaged, good. Let's garden up everywhere that is a potential invasion point. Well, let's just even use this corner, for example. So we know we can be invaded around here. That really means that you can't build around here, because an invasion point will immediately come and crumble it. So that means you're going to need walls. Okay, I mean, this makes sense. You're going to have to wall in your city. It's a big attack. We'll need to double wall it. But since you need to defend here, along this giant wall, but also here, and here, and here, and here, that means you're going to move your army around a lot. So you're going to need a lot of wall. You're going to need a lot of wall. So a lot of this land now cannot be built on. And that includes a lot of your arable land. I believe when I did it, I had my own patricians down here. And the attacks on this one hurt. They use the strongest enemy in the game. They're fast, they have projectiles, they're powerful. And just, if you trim away all these edges, where, you know, you're not going to build here because there's invasions, you have precious little land to build on. There's no food here. You can fish. The fishing points are awkward and not at a great distance from the... not at an ideal distance from the fishing point. This is, I suppose, usable. I think I actually ended up having to use some of this to build my city. A hellishly hard map. I don't know many people that have beaten this on stream, but I have, and beware the blobber has. And if a third person wants to enter the fray, then by all means. But this is a map that I don't think anybody could beat without foreknowledge. You need to know when the attacks are coming, and where they're coming, and you need to plan ahead of time. So actually, this map is awful. I don't think this is a good map. It's very challenging, but in a horribly unfair way. And that's purely because of the invasions. Strip away the invasions, and you have a map that is pretty gorgeous for working with. It's kind of awkward, even though there's all this arable land. Actually, there's too much free space here. Imagine there were, say, less bits of free space around here. I love the look of it. I love the whole idea that the large part of the map is completely unusable due to islands, water, rocks. But the sheer inundation of attacks on this and the inability to build safely makes it a horror show. And funnily enough, the map is called Nibelungen, a Gothic horror show, so very befittingly named. Oh yeah, and you only have 25 years to beat it on top of that. Meaning any attack that destroys your peace is going to kill you. Any attack that lowers your patricians and kills your prosperity, can't win anymore. You don't have the time to bring it all back. Caesar hates you, well, you lose as well. Ugh. Did you enjoy playing it? I don't even remember. I took 3 stabs at it, I think, and I eventually beat it after an 8-hour slog. I'm not sure if I had to reload for that at all. I'm pretty sure I didn't. But hey-ho. This is the hardest map I've ever played, and it's not the good kind of hard. Other difficult maps include fueling Caesar's alcoholism. This map doesn't have a time limit, and you should take advantage of that and kill all invasions before building your city. Because this is horrible, because the invasions come here, 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 and here, and here, and maybe even here. And it's already tiny, there's already lots of stuff in the way that you cannot build on, and you need to defend all those points? Yeah, you cannot build a reasonable city whilst also defending it here, because there's just not the space. So, this one was incredibly rough. I didn't beat it, I lost. I lost to this map. But some people have beaten it and done some very fun solutions to it. God, I've played so many Caesar 3 maps. And there are still so many to come. If I'm not mistaken, and if someone could check my schedule to confirm this, because I don't have it to hand, I think the next city that I'm going to be playing is Blood Under the Bridge. Yeah, holy hell, this map. Now, I want chat to help me out here. What makes this map so difficult? I'll tell you what there is, and then you can tell me what you think the real difficulty is. I'm not going to explain the layout of the map. You can see that pretty clearly. It's awkward, but there's space. There's a hell of a lot of space here. Not asking for chat to help. I want chat to explain to me what the difficulty in this map is. The culture is a very modest 45. The prosperity is quite high at 85. Well, the peace is alright. Well, actually, the peace is very high. Favors all. Actually, everything's pretty high, apart from culture. Forget me. Trading opportunities? Well, we're in Tarsus. So, look, we can sell oil. We can sell raw iron. Sell lumber and wine and weapons and even more raw ingredients. Loads of opportunity to sell things. That's quite nice, isn't it? Is it the lack of space? The 9,000 population? Yeah, 9,000 population. I mean, there is space, but there's not a lot of space. You can get some kind of awkward housing area down on the coast. A modest, well, very small housing amount here. And quite a high amount here, or some nice patricians. Space here. Space here. Ya Hamu _ has noticed it. This is all the arable land available. For 9,000 people. Not only is it tiny, and we can grow wheat, we can only grow wheat. Where are you gonna go? Okay, let's say you've built all your farms on it. Haha, I am expert city builder. I have built my farming commune. Where the hell does this food go? Spoiler alert, I think invasions come from here, and there's not even space to build a good loop here. Ditto. These islands are not particularly usable. It could be the fact that the name Blood Under the Bridge has something to do with this, but your options for bridging here aren't even that great. I'm gonna...
Vous avez été rapide pour épuiser vos fonds. Essayez de les faire durer un peu plus longtemps cette fois.
He sounds quite jovial in the first one, far more so than the English one.
Mais mes gouverneurs pensent que l'argent pousse sur les arbres.
Actually, I think the French delivery is better than the English one. Right, let's just cheat ourselves some money so he doesn't yell at us anymore. As we know, in Caesar 3, food does not travel well. It's hard to move food even a medium distance. If you put that grain over here, it would lose a lot of efficiency. And even if it gets there, what are you doing here? There's nothing you can build in this tiny area. I don't think you could even build a warehouse or a granary here because there's no... You block the road like that. Nothing can pass. These sheep certainly cannot pass. Yeah. Hard as hell. But I have a reasonable feeling that I can beat this map. And I will be taking a stab at it later this week. Already excited about it, and of course it's an Illustre map, so we can be sure that it's sadistic, but we can be even more sure that it is beautiful. I mean, look at this. The official Caesar 3 developers couldn't make a map this gorgeous. And John, it seems like he just plucks it out of thin air and creates these things. Anyway, I'm sure I'll be cursing it later on, but that's a future Jake problem. The current Jake problem is having a sore back from patting it too hard after defeating today's map. So I will take my leave. I'll be back tomorrow with some Long Dark, and if I somewhat remember my own schedule, there's probably going to also be some Harvest Moon in Japanese. That sounds about right. So until I'm back tomorrow, to cheers and cheerio.